You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, my friends, and happy Wednesday and happy hump day for all those who look at Wednesday as, as such. So I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And man, I'll tell you, last week, thank goodness, I just have to say so many thank yous to our amazing team behind the scenes and for the editing. It's just crazy how our crazy storms here in Utah have really just caused so many interruptions with our technology, but you just go with it, right? You just go with what comes. And that's one thing that I love about even live broadcasting is that you are getting the true rawness of of radio, I guess, if you will, right? So and the true rawness of all of the beautiful gifts that and readings that all of the very gifted and talented readers are on A1R. So anyway, just wanted to just do a special shout out to the team and with A1R and how well I went back and listened and how amazing just the issues we were having. You wouldn't even know it. So thank you. Amazing, amazing team. But anyway, so I don't know how many out there celebrate or I guess recognize St. Patrick's Day. So maybe I should like educate myself more on that. But so here in the U.S., I noticed today, and this is kind of this really does have a point, but sometimes I find my Gemini personality starts to get chatty. So, but anyhow, I went to the store today. I thought, you know what? I want to like try to find something fun to wear that's more green for St. Patrick's Day, because that's, what we do here in the US. You wear green. I mean, I know it's not till Friday, but anyway, I went and I ended up buying, this was a little while ago, but my necklace that I'm wearing, if you, for those who are listening, if you go on to YouTube or through anywhere that A1R is showing live as far as, or when I post it even on my page on Stephanie's tarot reading, you'll be able to see. But the necklace I bought, it's beautiful. It's malachite, and malachite is one of my favorites. And so I feel like, this just the color green, but maybe even just the fact that it is that malachite stone, that it should bring within our readings today and tonight hopefully some really I don't know if I want to say good luck, but sure, I'll take it. I'll take any luck, good luck. So, but just the positive, I guess, openness and vibes that I feel that stones and crystals can bring. And then, some good luck is just kind of topping the icing on the cake. So anyway, so yes, I wore some green today. And then actually on St. Patrick's Day on Friday, I will be going live on my Instagram, which is Tarot with Steph, and it's spelled Steff on my Instagram. So Tarot with Steff. So if you are listening on Friday at 6 p.m. Mountain time, I guess it's Mountain Daylight Time. We just had our whole daylight savings, the time change, which I have to say, I like this one. I actually like. I know we lose. I put air quotes. We lose an hour of sleep, but I like this one just because I love the sun and the daylight, and I would much rather have more hours of sun. So I'll take the sacrifice of the lack of 1 hour sleep. And very much, I love seeing that it staying lighter longer. It's my favorite. But all right, my friends. So I'm going to go ahead and, as usual, every Wednesday on my show, I go and pick an affirmation, and this affirmation goes out to everybody. And my hopes is that you can listen and even recite it, if you will, repeat it over and over to yourself so that it can become your personal affirmation. And I hope that it can bring you the love and the light and the peace and um, excitement, guidance, whatever it may be that I find that I get from affirmations. So, the way I do this is really I pick a number that intuitively I've been seeing all day. And a lot of the time, the numbers I get very much are from the spiritual world. So from our loved ones in spirit or from my spirit guides. So the number that I have been drawn to today is the number that I will pull the card, and that will be uh, the affirmation for today. And I've already pulled that card ahead of time. Y'all didn't have to listen to me count because these cards are number 1 through 44. And the number I've been so drawn to today happens to be the number 28. And so I didn't want to have you all wait for me to count. So the affirmation, as I counted to 28, and it's so beautiful. I'll have to show it. I'll show it on my camera here for those who go back and watch or are watching. And you can see how ironic that the butterfly that's on this card is a beautiful green. It's perfect for St. Patty's Day. And if anything could be even more perfect than the fact that it's a green butterfly, the affirmation for this week says, I make a positive difference in the world, even with my smile and words. And I'll tell you, what do they say? The most beautiful jewelry that you can wear is a smile. And I love it. I love it. I try to smile as much as I possibly can, even through the difficult times. They say it takes less muscles to smile than it does to frown. So look at that. You won't even have to do as much effort, if you will. So again, I make a positive difference in the world, even with my smile and words. And with myself, I came out of my I came out of the broom closet um, right as pandemic really started to hit 3 years ago, and I decided to share my gifts. And the 3 years, it'll be 3 years actually coming up here in about a week. So crazy. But in that 3 year time, I have to say that I have met the most amazing people. I have had the most incredible experiences, and my hope is that my words and or my smile can bring peace and comfort and closure um, to the whole world. And I wouldn't have that opportunity to share with the whole world had it not been for this amazing opportunity to have a show on A1R Psychic Radio and the Moonstruck TV. So I am very blessed and I thank them so much for this opportunity and also that opportunity to meet many people all over the world now. It's incredible. And so, really, what a great segue into going ahead and bringing on my first caller. And my first caller is Colette, and I believe I saw from Georgia. Am I right? Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Hi, hi, Colette. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you.
Not, yeah, no, you're welcome. I'm not doing too bad. Thank you for being on my show and just being a bit vulnerable to wanting to have a reading, whatever may come. So um, I'm happy to help with anything that I possibly can. So what can I help you with today?
I'm thinking about moving, and I'm trying to get a idea on that,
Okay,
along with other things. Just general reading, I guess.
okay, okay, perfect. No, you got it, my friend. Um, yeah, I have to tell you that just kind of on a personal note, I guess, if you will. Um, we my husband and I have been in the home that we're in for about 7 years, and we're getting antsy uh, to want to move just because we want a bigger yard. And it's funny that you asked this question because I was telling him, I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to move. I will sacrifice less of a yard. It's
Not to move.
oh yeah, it's so much work. It's just so much. However, uh, I enjoy it too because I love I'm a Gemini, so my Gemini side comes out and I just get bored in the same place. And so I want to change things up. But yeah,
Hmm.
and then I feel like my other Gemini side is telling me, it's just a lot of work. Just stay put. So I don't know. We'll see. But we'll see where I see you going in that respect. So um, actually uh, pulling a card or two for you. Um, when I do my readings, I really just I use my
Mhm.
here within the next 10 weeks. Um, I would say no later than even October because of that being the 10. Um, but I feel this is coming fast, this move. So I feel more drawn to this being in the next 10 weeks, 2
Okay.
months ish. So I feel really good about this part, my friend. You need like just it's that feeling of I want to like feng shui your life right now. I want to just take you and let's just,
Oh, I
I just
definitely
feel
need
like
that.
it you do. You do. And I
Yeah.
feel that this is going to be such a such a great move, for you. And I do feel that moving just across town or into another city, that for me, I mean, it's a new place. It can be a fresh start, but I feel you. Um, I really do feel like this is going to be more out of state. Um, Now you're in Georgia, is that correct?
Yeah.
You're in Georgia. Okay. Now Georgia's very humid, is that correct?
Yeah. Very.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because I'm in Utah and I lived in Arizona, and Arizona is very dry. Utah is very cold sometimes. Lots of snow this year. But I feel the reason I'm even bringing this up is because I feel this move that I see for you in the next 2 months ish. I feel is
Mhm.
also going to be where you need to go for your health. So that I just boy, that humidity I feel is just not serving you well. So that's where I
No,
say,
it doesn't
yeah,
at all.
right.
Horrible.
It is not, yeah. So um, I would watch for this. I would manifest it. I would pray, whatever it is that you do, meditate.
Mhm.
But I do feel this is such a great next step, especially the fact that 2 months from now, I mean, you're right in the beautiful of the summer, so timing feels good. Um, but more importantly, I feel that uh, it's um, you're only in half of the year, and so it's a great time to really get that energetic ball per se rolling. So I would say yes, 100%. Um, as you get
Great.
through these.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. And I'll tell you one more thing, and then I'll leave you to go about your night. But also, one thing I was picking up for you, watch for. I was just if you're hiring somebody to help you move, just be
Mhm.
very do your research, and do some research. So I felt some cautious red flags
Oh,
when it
thank
comes to
you.
yeah, yeah. No, you're welcome. Make sure your I's are dotted, T's are crossed, right?
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Yeah,
Yes.
that's a lot
Oh,
of
you're
help.
welcome. If you feel drawn to want to um, stay in touch or, let, oh, oh,
The
we're
phone
already
keeps
having a little bit
breaking
of,
up, though.
yeah, no, you're good. No, I was going to say, if you feel that you would like, just email me, stay in touch. I'd love to know what direction that you end up heading.
Thank you so much. I definitely will.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right, my friend. Well,
Have a
have a
great night.
wonderful, you too, hun. Have a good night. Bye bye. Okay. Oh, I love it. It's so fun. Good reading already. All right, so I missed my next caller. I think it was Candida. Perfect.
Yes.
Hi, Candida. This is Stephanie. How are you?
How are you?
Good, good, good. How can I help you tonight, honey?
My went to go you know accident and they're investigating.
I'm so sorry. I did not hear much of what you said.
I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Oh, oh, no, you're good. It was cutting out a bit.
I was just hoping if
Um,
you could talk to my husband and Cody.
okay. Husband has passed?
Yes. Oh yes, he did on Wednesday.
Okay. Okay, my friend. Okay. I'm so sorry for your loss. Um, okay. Yeah, if you just give me just a moment. I'm going to I'll be quiet for just a moment. What I do is just kind of quiet my mind and the energy and see if I can pick up anything from him or any other loved ones within the spiritual world. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Uh, Let me ask, do you ever, or did your husband ever call you by Candy?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, okay, perfect. Okay. And do you connect with uh, the number 28, 28, either with yourself or with your husband?
Not that I mean, not right offhand, no.
Okay, okay, no, that's okay. I Before I start my show, I'm always given visions and numbers. And the number that has been today has been 28, which for me, I connect to the numbers. 28 will be the 28th of a month. This can be the age of 28. And then I also connect with it as February 8th. So 2 and 8. So February 8th. Um, so if that happens to resonate, let me know. Otherwise, I always say this could just be for my next client, if you will. So, um,
28th. His brother was born on February 28th, but that's a leap year. Or not a leap year, but
oh,
anyway, yeah.
oh yeah, okay, oh yeah, and that was his brother, and I might have lost you. My goodness,
No, you didn't.
are you there,
I'm here.
Candida?
Yes, yes,
Oh, okay, sorry, hon. Is his brother still living?
yes.
Okay, okay, perfect. Okay, I just want to validate if that's where he's heading, if you will. Um, okay. Uh, okay. And now a couple things that I'm starting to couple things I'm starting to see as I say, they're visions that I get, but also when I start to hear, which is called clairaudient. But I had heard the name Candy, so that's my way of somebody on the other side validating that they called you that here in the physical world. But the other I keep getting as well is his passing. If this is your husband that I'm starting to pick up on, his passing seems to be. Um, it's a feeling of I'm here, Candy, and then and then I'm gone very fast. Do you understand that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay. And uh, and I do feel that he's bringing up the chest area. My all of a sudden my chest is getting very tight and pain. Did he have issues in the chest area at the time of passing?
Um, he died in a car wreck, but that makes a lot of sense. He could have had a heart attack. He was under a lot of stress.
Yes. Okay. 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 Yeah, I feel there was an impact and then I had pain in my chest. So if he was in the car accident, that could be that as well. Um, Now I know we just have a couple minutes with my shows. I know they go fast, but I want
Right.
to tell you um, a couple things really quick, and you are more than welcome to tonight. I do on my Facebook page. It's called Stephanie's Tarot Readings at 6:45 Mountain Time. I hop on and do free readings, and I'm happy if you want to hop on. I'm happy to continue a free reading on my page. But I do want to tell you that the one thing I feel from your husband is he says, don't worry about the details. You are worrying about the details, my friend. I keep hearing, tell her to stop worrying. You're stressing about the little things. Um, so no,
Yeah,
he just wants you to go ahead. Go ahead, hon.
I just said, yeah, yeah, I am. I'm stressing over him really bad.
I know. Yeah. And he says it's okay. He says that, this just happened and just know if anything, like I said, hop on my page if you want tonight, hun, at 6:45 Mountain Time. Or I'm sorry, 7:45 Mountain Time. But if anything, the biggest message I feel from him is knowing that he did not suffer. There was no pain. And I do feel a sense of being very much at peace. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hon. All right. You're welcome. Have a good night, my friend.
You too. Thank you.
You betcha. Bye-bye. All right. Wonderful. I know we only have a few seconds, so thank you all for joining my show, Mini Medium, on A1R Psychic Radio. I'll see you guys next week. All right. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne Marie. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am a clairvoyant and a medium, and we are here to do readings. So if you would like a reading, please call in. We're here all night. So I would enjoy a really good caller and a really good reader, a reading. Oh my goodness. So my theme is love one another, and love is power. And we all need to show our kindness to one another as human beings. Love is power. And so we need a lot more of that to be able to survive what's going on with the rest of the world. As humans, we have that conscious mind ability to be kind and use our love. So with that, that's enough said of that. What's ending is Mars in Neptune, and that is ending right now. So all the confusion and all of the strong energy, real strong energy, because Mars is Aries, and Aries is the god of war, in Neptune, and Neptune is the dreamer and the illusions and part of psychic ability. But when it's stuck in something like Mars, it's really combating. And so we've had this for quite a while, and now it's ending. So I'm glad that it's ending, and I hope everyone feels a sense of release and a sense of peace, since that has gone direct out of those. So yeah. So I am ready for a caller. So get busy. And oh, Clara. Hello. Clara from New
Hi.
Jersey. Hi, how are you tonight?
Yes. Very good. Thank you.
Good, good. What can I answer for you tonight?
Well, I want to see if my fiance comes through.
Okay. Um, give me one minute with spirit, and see what spirit has to say. So did he pass like a year ago?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And he was kind of young. I get the feeling he was young. I also get the feeling that he seems to be a humorous man.
Yeah.
He seemed to be joking. He's joking with you. I see him doing some
Yes.
kind of little joke with you. He let's see what else he has to say. Did he have some pretty eyes? Because what's standing
Yes.
out with him is his eyes. Um, I'm trying to get a sense of his passing. Um, was it a quick passing? Because it doesn't seem like he suffered long. and it doesn't seem like um it doesn't seem like an illness to me, because he's not bringing that up. He's not bringing up the time of going
Mhm.
through something. Um, and it could be that he doesn't want to bring it up, but I'm getting the feeling that he may have passed without knowing.
Yes.
Do I make? He just didn't know, and so um, when I ask him how he passed, he's kind of like, "I passed." It's like, okay, well, that
Yeah.
doesn't give a lot of information. Um, did he have a dog? Because he's bringing up a dog.
Yes.
Okay. He's okay. He's all right. He has a lot of peace and a lot of joy where he is on the other side. And if you could hear him, you could hear that in his voice, the serenity that he feels. But he's telling me he didn't have that on earth. He didn't have it in this reality. He's telling me that when he was here, he was worried a lot, and it would be in his voice, a worry.
Mhm.
Um, and that's not there. He wants you to know that that's not there anymore. Um, so do you have a living room lamp that flickers? Because he is showing me a
Yes.
lamp. That's him.
Yes.
That's your.
Does
That's
he
your. Go ahead.
does he come at night? Because I see a lot of orbs in the house.
He does.
He
He's
does.
always
I
around you.
knew it.
Yes, he's watching you. And
I knew it.
his calling card to me is that lamp. Because when he's by that lamp, it
Oh,
seems to flicker.
yes.
He loves you very, very much. And he wants you to know that he left, but it wasn't his choice. He had no choice in the
Okay.
matter. And he wanted you to know that he
I
misses
know.
you, and he's with you. He's with you all the time.
I feel him all the time. I really do.
I am so sorry for your loss. He seems like a
Oh, thank.
generally funny and intelligent and really nice man, and I'm sorry, and he's sorry. It's like he didn't have a minute to think about it.
Yeah.
But I
Oh,
want you to
thank
know
you
that
so much.
he's okay on the other side, and he's at peace, but he does miss you, and he's visiting, and he does a lot of other things too besides that lamp.
Yes, he
Um,
does.
I think things are moving, items are moving.
Mhm.
So he's just trying, now that you know that it's his presence, you can just talk to him. He wants to talk to you.
I
He wants to hear you.
I always do. Oh, thank you so much.
It's okay. It's all right. Um, I'm just sorry that this happened. It feels tragic. It feels really like
It
a
was.
very, very big tragedy. So I'm very sorry about that. And I hope that
Oh,
you now know that he is there with you, and he is trying to communicate, and he loves you dearly.
oh, I love him so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else that I could answer for you?
I
Take a
that
second.
was that was what I really wanted to know, because a lot of things I see orbs, I feel him sometimes calling me, and I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy, because I know he's around me all the time. We
You
were
are
very
not going
connected.
crazy. You are very, very
He's my
sane,
soulmate.
very much so. You're very in tune to each other. And you were in this
Yes,
life too
we are.
together. Very, very in
Yes.
tune. So I just hope
Yes.
that now you know, and you don't have to question yourself, and you know that he loves you and he misses you, but he's always around you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know. Now I know more than ever. Thank you for validating that. I knew that. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You go ahead and have a good night, and thank you so much for allowing me to share.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Have a great night.
You
Thank
too,
you.
honey. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone, I've got a few more minutes. I want to say, um, my website is kind of goofy with the calendar, so don't even bother with the calendar. If you go to my website to schedule, just email me at the email address, and I will contact you back rapidly. And also, I am booked for the rest of March, but April looks pretty good. So if you would like a reading with me, please go to Psychic Pass, like right down there. And everyone have a wonderful night and a wonderful week. And I will see you next week. Thank you and goodbye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Cowtown Medium with Kathleen Hart. Live from KathleenHart.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Cowtown Medium
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Hart. Welcome to my show. I'm so glad you could join me tonight. I would like to kind of pick up where I left off last week and talk to you a little bit more about visiting sacred sites. These are places that have been held sacred by people of the past, even people in the future, or people currently. And they can be any religion, any culture, doesn't really matter. Just places of high energy and places that have been held sacred for a long time and used for many things. Most recently, I got to go to Teotihuacan in Mexico. That's about an hour's drive out of Mexico City. It is known for three structures in particular. It was a large city, probably the largest in the world at the time, or close to it. It's known for the pyramid temples. The Temple of the Sun, in particular, is the third largest pyramid in the world. Then there is the Temple of the Moon and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, or Quetzalcoatl. These places hold a lot of energy. These places tend to be built on ley lines where there's a lot of earth energy present. I was fortunate enough to be there right after the autumnal equinox or the first day of fall. And apparently this is a very good time to go. The energy was very high. It was very strong. You could definitely feel a lot of magnetism. It had a swirly, dizzying feeling that was almost intoxicating. It was really, really something to experience. I did learn how to balance that energy. If it feels uncomfortable, you just scoop it up from near the ground and you bring it up. You raise it over your head, you bring it down over your whole body until you feel comfortable and balanced and in sync with the energy around you. Makes it for a much more enjoyable experience. I got to climb the steps of the platforms in the area. I got to go down and sit in front of the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. The energy coming off of that building is hard to describe. It's intense. It feels very healing. Felt somehow familiar. The Temple of the Moon. I just couldn't stay there long enough. I couldn't soak up enough of that energy. It felt so much like I'd come home. I don't know why. I hope I'll learn one day, but it just felt welcoming and familiar. The Temple of the Sun, very large, incredible. At the time, this time, most monuments are closed, so you can't actually climb up the stairs, but you can walk around the base, soak up the energy, go up to the base, sit down, meditate for a while, and just see what you see. Get the messages that you get. It's meant to be a transformational experience, transforming you in subtle ways. It may open your senses up. You may find out you have new abilities. You may have visions. You may get healing. All sorts of things are possible. I found that it's definitely a place I'd love to go again. And with a great tour group, everybody got along real well. And I think everybody had a very special experience there, each one unique and different. It was, I'd want to say life-changing, but in subtle ways. Definitely something I would recommend. The experience was at least equal to, if not more intense, than what I went through in Ireland a number of years ago at the Hill of Tara, another ancient sacred site. Nobody really knows who built these places. Nobody really knows how long ago they were built, but the energy there is quite an experience. I would highly recommend taking tours of sacred sites if you have time. You don't necessarily even have to go very far. If you check into sacred sites in the thin places, you'll find you may have something locally. There are plenty of places in the United States. The Cahokia Indian Mound, I believe they also call it Monk's Mound. The Enchanted Rock in South Texas, that's on my list of places I want to go. The Serpent Mound in Ohio. There's plenty of places. Chaco Canyon in New Mexico. Sedona, Sedona in Arizona. Not to be missed if you want to feel vortex energy and see the sheer beauty of the landscape. Natural beauty, unspoiled in many places. That is definitely a place you want to check out. I highly recommend it. Let's see. Some of these places, I have them on my bucket list. Sedona, definitely, I want to go back there. That's on my bucket list for more than one trip. I'd go back to Teotihuacan. I have places in Europe I'd love to go. Scotland, Wales, England, some places in Germany and France that just sound absolutely fascinating. I found the places you're most drawn to go, especially if you really don't know why, but you just feel like you need to go there, do it if you can. You don't know what you're going to experience. It's going to be something magical. Dave, do we have a caller tonight? Okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and jump into a general reading for all of us. Feeling into transformational energies. I feel like now is a time for miracles for many people. Many people are going through big changes right now due to just everything that's going on in the world. The big energy shift, changes in the way people do business, changes in societies, just everything. Everything is changing. Expect miracles. Don't think about what you don't want. Think about what you do want. Expect a miracle. That's the best way to get one. If you concentrate on what you don't want, you're liable to get more of it. Meditate on infinite abundance. Think about more of what you want and ask for more of what you want. Let it pour into your life. Let it pour into your heart. Be willing to accept what is there for you. Be open to many new things. Be ready to overcome obstacles. And I think you will see some great growth. I see we have a caller. Hello, Kathy. Do you have any questions for me tonight?
I was just wondering about relationships in myself.
Okay. Let's see what's coming up.
What do I? I'm new. Yes, I'm new at this, so you need to guide me.
That's okay. I see you doing something groundbreaking, something new, like blazing a new trail, going down a different path than you've gone before. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, it does, very.
You're headed in the right direction. You want to expand and grow and try new things, and I think that's going to lead you to somebody new, maybe somebody you wouldn't have been interested in before, but you might now, and it might surprise you. And I think it's going to be a good surprise. Now is a time, take that first step. It's time for new beginnings.
Okay. Because when you said a different path, I met somebody like 6 weeks ago, and it's a long distance, I don't want to say relationship yet, but friendship. So that's a new path. I've never done that before. So that's what.
That could open up opportunities to travel, go some new places.
Yes.
Maybe travel together at some point. I'm getting a lot of information on traveling this time. It's just a good time to stretch out and grow and discover new things that you hadn't considered before.
Right, this is one.
I'm getting something about mountains, either climbing mountains figuratively, going to new heights, perhaps with a relationship, may actually involve going to real mountains. Whether you go hiking or climbing, I don't know.
Well, to get to his house, if I drove there, I would have to go over a big mountain range in California.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm also getting something about the view from above, a new perspective, looking at things from a new angle, considering things maybe you hadn't thought about before, uncovering something you're going to treasure. That could be the new relationship, could be something that develops along the way. Also, something about cleansing waters. Could be a trip to the ocean or the beach. could be a mountain, river, or stream. There's someplace special that has to do with being close to the water and or going into the water.
Okay.
Are you feeling called to do something different? A change of job,
Yes.
a change of venue.
Change of venue, exactly.
Okay.
And that's
Now's the
happening
time.
as of
Now's the
Tuesday.
time to seriously consider it and get ready to take that first step, because that's going to lead you on a new adventure.
Oh, good.
You're going to be expanding your horizons. A whole new vista is going to open up. And I feel a lot of joy around this. I think it's going to be something incredible.
Oh, thank you. I love positive.
Yeah, definitely. This is a time of transformation for everybody. Not everybody will embrace it, but those that do are going to find some of the greatest adventures in life are coming up for them. And those who aren't ready to embrace transformation, aren't ready to change, probably won't be sticking around for much longer. Sad to say, but it happens. When the energy changes, you change with it. And if you don't, you're going to get left behind and be miserable, or you're going to choose one of the exit points in your soul contract and leave that way. We'll leave that alone. But stay focused, hold to the course, and I think you've got some great things coming up for you. Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Irish dumplings. Stop, sit, listen. I'm Perry Lyons. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. Woohoo! And you're you. So I'm so glad you're here today. I'm so glad I'm here. I'm so glad anybody's here, but especially you. Listen, I have the most amazing story to tell you. Oh, my heavens. Oh, my heavens. So a lot of you who've been watching for a while, which I'm so grateful for. You're so wonderful. And that color looks so good on you. No, but I'm sincere. I'm also schwitzing. I don't know if you guys know that word. So here's what happened. A lot of you know that I took care of my mother for the last 5 years until she was in her 90s. And in March, she went to a different and better place. Schenectady. No, heaven. And since then, she and I were incredibly close, and we made a vow that we'd always be with each other no matter what. I guess she really meant no matter what, because in the last few weeks, she has shown up in a photograph that I took of the front of the house. I was trying to show off my garden, and you can see Mom's face really clearly in the bedroom window. So there's that. The second thing is, I was lying in bed, and I said, I really miss you, Mom. Can you give me a sign you're here? And she tapped me really hard on the back of the head 5 times. She used to tap me occasionally to get my attention, or if it was weird. But here's what really got me. Mom was a master gardener, and we used to communicate a lot. We through gardens. I mean, you know what I mean. I would talk about flowers, and she'd tell me how to plant them or how to enhance the soil, because she was amazing that way. And I was in my happy place, which is in fact Home Depot, which would make me sad if I actually stopped and thought about it. I just realized my headphones aren't plugged in. Okay. So I was in Home Depot, sorry, and I was begonias and crying. And the begonia's like, hey, quit that. And I said to the begonia, stop it. I miss my mom. And the begonia's like, I'm sorry. Do you want some miracle grow? It is a sovereign remedy for all ills. And then people started looking at me funny. So I was like, Mom, give me a sign that you're with me. Here's the thing. My favorite thing on YouTube, aside from Moonstruck TV, is this true crime channel called That Chapter. It has almost 315 things up. Hi, Crystal in Bradenburg, Kentucky. Be with you in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, love. I'm just finishing the story. So that's what I've been watching since Mom passed. I've had That Chapter on because I've been doing up the house. It's fun to have stuff on in the background when you do that. Anyways, kind of the only thing I've been listening to or watching. And so I put on my headphones, and That Chapter is done from Dublin. The storyteller, the guy who does it, is called Mike, and he's very Irish, but it's done from Dublin. So there was a brand new, just as I was saying that to Mom, a new episode dropped. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to distract myself so security doesn't come pick me up for talking to begonias and having them answer. So I put on the headphones and I turn on That Chapter. And he says, today we're going to Valley Cottage, New York. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's my hometown. What? And it's not a big hometown. I don't think you can be a big hometown if you're called Valley Cottage. And the guy goes on to talk about these people. I won't say their name because it was sad what happened to them, but they were my next door neighbors. The kids of the lady who got sadly bumped off, I used to play hopscotch with them on our driveway with chalk when I was like 5. Also when I was 35, but that's enough about my personal life. So he goes on and he says, you know, these people lived in this house. And there's a picture of a house. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. And I pause it. Now, the people in Valley Cottage who are neighbors, whose mother was sadly bumped off, lived in a split-level ranch house. Mom and I and my brothers and dad and all that grew up in an 1840 sort of rambling old deaconry, kind of like a farmhouse, except with priests or deacons, different. And I'm like, wait a minute. I keep going back, and it's our house where we lived for, you know, they sold it when they had it for 40 years, but Mom and I used to look at pictures of the house all the time and just reminisce, and it was her happy place. And she said, after I go, I'm going to go to the house in Valley Cottage and be with you, my family again. And there was a picture of our house right after I had asked, like, Mom, can you show me a sign that you're here? And the thing was from Dublin. And the last thing is, the only people they interviewed were in the Rockland County, like, offices. Long story short, they interviewed people in what used to be my dad's office. I was like, okay, Mom, I get it. Thank you. That's a really specific signal. That's a really specific communication to get right after I asked her for a sign to get a picture of our house on a YouTube show that originates in Ireland, and then a picture of my dad's office. So I just thought that was funny, and I wanted to share it with you. And thank you for listening. Okay, let's go. Hello, darling. Are you still there?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. You're about to be better, though. So I like to connect with people through their birthdays. So if you could tell me when your birthday is, that's fabulous.
It's September 5th, 1990.
Oh, Oh, you're just a wee baby. And a Virgo. Virgos are very misunderstood. People think Virgos are about like being really obsessively neat and picky. Virgos are actually all about purity and idealism. They're always very idealistic, and they try to be idealistic, like in their lives. I love Virgos. I'm a Pisces, where you're opposite, but I love you. Okay. And it feels like you have a question. It feels like you have two questions. Why don't you tell me what your question is?
Well, I don't really particularly have a question. I just want it kind of like a general reading.
Okay. Let's go in. And tell me your
Maybe
first
what's
name.
next in my life.
Well, the first thing I thought your question was going to be about career first, because it feels like you're kind of chomping at the bit where you are right now. I feel like you're not getting enough recognition. Is that true?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. And I feel like you're doing two people's jobs for the price of one. And because, you're a team player and you've got a great work ethic, you do that. And part of you is like, wait a minute, hold on. Are you thinking about switching jobs, or are you thinking about approaching whoever you'd approach for a promotion?
I am in the middle of switching jobs. Right now, I'm working for myself, and I need more income.
I'm so glad, because I was going to suggest working for yourself, or at the very least, keeping the day job and having a side hustle. You're working for. It feels like you're good at that. You just have to find more time to be able to do it. That makes sense? Because I feel like it's hard for you to get the time because everybody else wants your attention. So I feel like, here's the thing. What you're doing now, you started your own business. Is it a service business that involves like creativity or fun? Good. Do you want to tell me what it is? Because I want to get to the other stuff. Is that all right?
Yes. I do readings, and I also do DoorDash.
Oh, great. You do readings like this. Mm-hmm. Fabulous. Well, I want you to be even better than me. So what I would do is think about starting a YouTube channel. Think about getting really specific. My friend Bill Bradley is a medical intuitive, and that's his thing. That's what he's great at. I started out as the intuitive to the art world. I was also medical intuitive, but I steered away from that for it was too much responsibility. Although I was very good. It feels to me like you have a lot of mediumistic ability. It also feels to me like you're a little wobbly and you need something to kind of make you feel confident. So there are two things I'm going to suggest. One is either read the tarot or do something like numerology. Find a discipline that works for you. Because part of what? Okay, good. And figure out what your specialty is. I mean, I do a lot of celebrities, so I'm like celebrity psychic, but I'm also medium. I think mediumship is something you're quite good at, but before you do that, what I would suggest, always, always, always get in touch with Archangel Michael. He's very protective. Even if you're not Christian, he's in Judaism. He's in almost every religion as this protective energy that's been around as long as there's been a world. We just give him different names. Very important if you're going to do mediumship work. In fact, important before you do any readings. Before coming on, I always do a little Archangel Michael prayer. And the last thing I'm going to say is believe in yourself, because you are good. You're good. You know what you're doing. And I think I think you're married and have 2 kids, but I'm feeling a little wobbly about that. I might be wrong. Huh. Sometimes psychics to read psychics. That's not an excuse. It's just what I've noticed. What were you going to say?
Actually, I have 4 kids, and I'm in a new relationship.
Good. Okay. That was confusing to me because I got you in a relationship. Okay. Sorry about the multiple of 2 with your kids.
Yeah.
Are any of them stepkids? No. Feels like that's going to come into your life, though. Never mind. I know the answer. Hi, Nancy in Venice, Florida. We'll be with you in a couple of minutes. Just hang out, grab some ginger ale, join us. So it would be good if you made it very easy for people to reach you, is the other thing. So have a website, says the woman who hasn't looked at her own website since 1970. Not that I was alive then. But so, yeah, I think you're good at this stuff, though. I think your partner is both intrigued and a little like, whoa, what is this about your readings? But I think it is something your partner loves about you. I think it's hard for you to do like Zoom readings without the kids running in, but that's kids. What are you going to do? So I get very, very good stuff about that. And also, I like this new relationship. This person feels like they're very present. Is that correct? And they're very solid. Yes. And I feel like you haven't felt loved and seen. And I'll be with you in a moment, Crystal, in Venice. I think you feel really seen by this person in a way you almost never have before.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
true.
Nancy. Here's Crystal. That was Nancy. Sorry, Nancy. Sorry, Crystal. I'm a little ADD. Forgive me. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, I like this person. Do you mind if I ask him or her or other?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Is it I was just asking, so I used the right pronoun. I was just asking, should I say him, her, or binary, or okay, non-binary? Okay. Yeah, I like him. And he's also, he's about to make a lot more money than he's used to making. I don't know if does he do something with his hand? Does he do construction or welding or something? I can't quite get that. What does he do?
It's factory work.
Okay, yeah. I think he'd be great at like welding and construction if he wants to branch out. I don't know why I keep getting welding. It's nothing. I've never said that to anybody before. You know, Princess Beatrice of Holland, I think you should leave the princess thing behind and be a welder. That's what I think. But I think getting a skill like that would double his salary. I think he's bored at the factory. Really interesting guy. I like him a lot. And I like you a lot. I like your kids too. I don't like that guy in the corner over there, but that's okay. Oh, your kids are fabulous too. This is a good year for you coming up. Just study how to make this pay for you. But actually what I found out, and here's the other secret I was going to tell you, and then I'm going to go to Nancy. Nancy, are you there? But it's been really a pleasure talking to you. I love your energy. Here's what I would say. Making money is nice, but I would figure out how what you do serves the world, serves the culture, serves people. Because once you figure out what your area of kind of divine service is, right? That's when the money will flow naturally. You understand what I mean?
Yes.
Cool. And I think you already know how you help people, right?
Yes.
Cool. Just think about that. Pray or meditate or take deep breaths, whatever you do. But make that the primary thing. How can I help? How can I encourage? And the last thing is love everybody you read for. I mean, not physically, that would be inconvenient, dangerous, and possibly immoral. But for the time you're reading for them, just love them. Everybody's lovable, including you. All right, my love. Stay in touch. I want to know how you're doing. I'm Perry Lyons, P-E-R-I, like Periwinkle, Lyons, like, but with the Y, Lyons. I'm at Facebook. Just get in touch. Okay, I want to see what happens. Okay. I think you're going to, and your relationship, you're going to marry the guy. Have a great day or night, whatever.
Thank you.
Sure. Bye-bye. Thank you. Hi, Nancy. Are you still there? Nancy.
I sure am.
You know that song, Nancy with the Laughing Face? I love that song.
That's what my uncle used to say.
Yeah, it's a beautiful song. When she laughs, you hear cathedral bells ringing. That's kind of a lot.
Usually I do try to laugh.
Yes, that's why I brought it up, because you have a very cheerful and upbeat spirit. It's a pleasure to connect to you. Hi. So what day is your birthday?
My birthday is August 8th, 1958.
Oh, well, you're just a baby too. Oh, you're a Leo dog. I love Leo. My friend Susan Postel is a Leo dog. You guys are great. By dog, I mean your Chinese astrological year. And dogs always tell the truth, whether they mean to or not. And Leos kind of do that too. So it's no accident.
I know I do.
Yeah, I know you do. That's why I'm saying it. And I think it's gotten you into hot water, but I think people also find it very refreshing and charming. So how can I help you today?
Yes, I would like to know. My husband passed last year, and he was a true love in my life. And I'm just wondering if there will be another true love in my life.
Have you asked your husband to send you somebody that he approves of for you? Because he's right there.
I have. I try to talk to him all the time.
Well, he is there. I would just ask him to communicate maybe in your dreams, but you can ask him anyway. I find that if I ask my loved ones who passed, they always, I mean, if you heard the first part of this show, they really come through. But here's what I'm getting for you. Hold on. Oh, okay. I like him. It's funny because I saw this person when you first started talking. There's a great song called "Just My Bill," and it goes, "Though he's the man, although he's not the man he's not the man someone would think of as handsome." Oh no, that's someone to watch over me. To my heart he carries the key. Won't you tell him, please put on some speed, follow my lead. Oh, how I need someone to watch over me. That's what you're going to get. You're going to get somebody who maybe not.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's what you want. That's what you're going to get. That's who's coming towards you. I think he's recently widowed as well. I mean, I think.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, no, I think he is too. I think you might meet him in a support group. You might meet him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, support. I mean, grief support groups. I go to one. It helps. But I see him really clearly. He's slightly balding, or maybe a lot balding. He's built for comfort rather than speed, if you know what I'm saying. And
yes,
he is.
I do.
This is how you know it's him. He has the most beautiful eyes. They're not only filled with kindness and some sadness, they're just beautiful. I mean, they're either, they might actually be kind of amber colored. And he's got eyes that are put in with a smutty finger, which means dark lashes. And he's lovely. He might be a plumber, like that. I think he's got a job.
I know. You know, I was just wondering if I would have another true love in life, because my husband I met really young. We were separated for 25 years and got back together and spent the last 11 years together.
Oh, that makes me so happy. I love that.
True love. And he always said he doesn't want me to be alone and to stop loving. And so I was just wondering.
Oh, no, absolutely. I see this guy by the end of the year, which is not that far off. Put yourself out there a little, of course, be careful. You know, I'm not a big fan of going to bars, because then people, and I like going to bars, but the people you meet in bars are people who hang out in bars, as my mother always said.
Right.
So go to a place where a support group or a church or temple or mosque or whatever it is, gathering. I would get more out into community if I were you.
Okay.
I'd also start following whatever your local sports team is. I don't know why I'm saying that. You'll know when it happens because I think he's really into sports. And it would be nice
That's
to.
right.
Hey.
I haven't been out of the house. My husband was sick, so I haven't been really out and about in years. I took care of my husband. I was his caretaker until he passed.
Oh, I understand. I was my mom's caretaker and my ex-fiance's caretaker when he had cancer. I so get it. But here's the thing. Do baby steps getting out in the world. We're going to have to wind up in a sec because it's almost the end, but let me say one more minute's worth of stuff because you're a lovely person and I really want you to be happy. You're really going to be. Are you a really good baker? Or
yes, I can be.
You can be, right. We've got 2 minutes and 60 seconds, which where I come from, Dave, my producer, is called 3 minutes. 60 seconds is a minute. We've got 60 seconds. Sorry about that. All right, I'm going to wind up really fast. Dave just clarified. Thank you, Dave. So, my darling, just take baby steps. Like, just go, like, I don't know, to church or temple, whatever it is you do. Do 1 or 2 new things a week. Okay, promise me? And,
I will.
Okay, we've got 10 seconds, so I'm going to say, mwah, and you'll be in my meditations, prayers. I'm sending you really good energy. Check back in with me. I'm Perry Lyons, and I'm here every week live, which is better than the alternative, at 9 p.m. So come back and let me know what happens, because I know this is going to happen. Probably by November.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. So fun. So, all right, take care. Tune in again. And I love all of my cherished ducklings. Come back next week. I'm here for you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and as always, it's great to be here with you tonight. I always look forward to Wednesday nights with you. And I'm wondering if it's dry where you are, because we have had so much rain. I live kind of close to the mountains, so all the rain is causing the snow to melt, and the rivers are overflowing, and the lakes, and it's flooding all the towns around us. So we do need the rain, but it's a little bit much. So I hope everyone's safe and dry. So I hope you guys had a great week. I wanted to check in with you a little bit while we're waiting for a caller to see how you're doing on working on your intuition. That was kind of my little homework for you guys. Just trying to learn to trust yourself and listen to your soul and see what it's telling you. So I'm sure you're doing amazing. You're always welcome to check in with me. You can actually email me if you'd like to at info@mediumkellykristen.com. I'd love to hear from you. And let's see, what else do I want to say? This week I actually heard something that a mentor of mine said, and I thought it works perfectly for the show. So she talked about by the way, our little thing for the year is shining our light big and bright, right? So she talked about when we pull in our light and to protect our heart, whether we're hurting or just, I don't know, trying to guard ourselves, it actually kind of works against us, right? So if we can actually expand our light outside of our heart space and into the universe, that's actually what gives us the healing. And we don't need to guard our heart because we have our angels, our guides, our loved ones and spirits that help us with that. So I just thought that was really beautiful about expanding our light into the universe. I also would like to pull a card real quick. Last week when I was on, it was International Women's Day, but I think we should actually celebrate the whole month. So I'm going to pull from my Roar deck again, which is all about women. So let's see what I get. Oh, I love this one. This is Georgia O'Keeffe. And in case you aren't familiar with her, she's the artist who does all the flower paintings, the nature paintings. And her thing was to always bring nature indoors and into our busy and hectic lives, right? So when I pull her card usually means that it's time for us to slow down, recharge our spirits, and connect with something that's a little bit more powerful than ourselves. So like nature, right? Maybe like the rain that we've had all week. So really beautiful message, connecting with something that's greater than ourselves. So I'm going to leave you with that. And I think we have a caller ready. And let's see, is it Tiffany? Are you there?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Hi, Tiffany. I'm Kelly. And are you from Pennsylvania?
Hi,
Was that right? Hi.
yes, I am.
Hi. Well, welcome. What would you like to talk about tonight? What kind of reading would you like?
I'd honestly like a love reading. I feel like I'm at a bit of a crossroads right now.
Okay. All right, I'm going to pull some cards for you tonight.
Okay.
Okay, love reading, love reading, love reading. And you know what? Let me just take 1 second to connect with you. I don't know if you listen to me normally, but I like to connect with you on a soul to soul basis. So just give me 1 second and let me just close my eyes real
Okay.
quick and be quiet. Okay. Actually, it doesn't take me very long because you are very, very easy to connect with. You have a very, you're very open, right? You just feel really, really good. So let me pull the first card for you. Okay, the first card I chose for you is renewal. So it feels like that you're headed on a I guess a journey or a path of renewal. So related to relationships, it could mean a lot of things. It could mean a relationship that you're already in, but starting over, or it could be a whole new relationship. So, um, is it true that you're in a relationship right now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So, you know, just trusting that the universe has your best intentions, right, for you,
Mhm.
and actually trusting yourself. So normally when I get someone that wants to know about their love life or romance, I always say they typically know in their gut already what the answers are, and they're kind of looking for validation. So it
True.
seems like, yeah, it seems like there needs to be kind of like some kind of a renewal process. So a start over or a complete, break and start. So let me pull.
That makes sense. Yes.
Okay. Um, Let me pull another card for you. Okay. Um, and these cards, I have to tell you, they have a little bit of a funny title, but it's not exactly what it means. So the next card I chose for you is guilt. And what the card means is sometimes we do things for other people. And if we don't get something in return, and it can be emotionally or physically, sometimes we start feeling like maybe feel guilty that we, you know, do this for other people without any give back.
Mhm.
Would you be able to understand that at all?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So this
Oh, yeah.
card also this card also means that for you to speak your truth, um, you know, be honest, because the honesty comes that freedom, um, and also a release. Once you're can be completely honest and just kind of like lay all the cards on the table. So I don't know if that makes sense to you.
It does. I've kind of had a problem doing that in the past. So I'm really working on that.
It's not
Yeah.
easy.
No.
It's not
Mm.
easy. A lot of it is, trust and trusting yourself. Um, I do, I don't know why I want to say this, but I feel like you have a lot of angels on your side. Do you connect
Thank
with
you.
angels at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I just wanted to mention that because I mean, like, I feel like they're all around you and they totally have your back. Um, the next card I chose, and again, remember, it's not really about the word, but the word is prayer. Um, this card for me means that all prayers can be answered, and sometimes we get sidetracked from our goals or what path we want to go on, and sometimes it's easy when we're in a relationship to get sidetracked by what other people want and not what we really want. So if this is true for you, I'd like to encourage you to call back your power and go on the path that you want to go on. It's almost like I'm not going to say be selfish, but but start thinking about you. Would that make
Mhm.
sense to you? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's time, girl, to start start thinking about yourself. And actually, I feel like that's kind of like a little wake up call. You know, the next card I chose for you is victim, and in no means are you the victim, but sometimes when the victim card shows up, it means that you might be blocked, you know, in some way. And sometimes it's other people that are blocking us, sometimes it's our heart that blocks us. So just kind of making that breakthrough, be willing to make new changes. You know, it can just be really empowering for you. So almost like, don't lead from the heart, if that makes sense. Start thinking about, oh, and in the same way, I just heard, in the same way, but lead with your heart, right? Because our heart's where our soul is. So start listening to yourself and listening to your gut feelings. Okay. Okay.
I've been focusing more on my intuition than more than logic. I've been really more praying towards, you know, spirit guides, guide me towards what, you know, more so than just more logical thinking. So I've been focusing more on exactly what you're saying. So this is a lot of validation for me.
Perfect. You know, that's interesting that you say that, because I feel like you have really, really good intuition. And sometimes we just get lost in trying to be a people pleaser, and we lose our
100%.
and we just lose ourselves sometimes, right? Let's see, the last card I have for you is actually vanity. And again, that's not what that means, but it's about just that you have this power to change. It is within you. And the fact that you've started asking for help from the universe, from your guides, I do see a change coming. You know, again, living your truth, being your authentic self, because it almost feels like you have been living for somebody else or living for other people. So it's time to step it's time to step
people
out
pleaser thing.
Right. And it's okay to please yourself, right? It's okay to do things that make you feel good. So start adopting that, like manifest it, right? I'm going to be happy. I'm going to be my true self. I'm going to be my authentic self, and good things will come to me. And I'm so sorry, Tiffany, but we're out of time. But I really hope that helped you. It was a pleasure reading for you tonight.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much.
I will be sending you good thoughts. I know you can do it. You got this, girl. So
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to leave you
Have
with
a great
that.
night.
You too.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I will see you all next week. Have a great week. Stay dry. Bye-bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. Let's hope my internet is working better this week than last. So apologies if anyone watched the show. Felt like we had some really important content in there and discussion, talking about mental health during drug addiction. If you have any questions, please reach out to me on any of my socials by going, posting publicly or through to me privately. You'll have to also excuse how I look today. I am rocking the exhausted mum look. We have a almost toddler that is becoming quite the late night party animal and snack animal. So we're all doing it tough in our household at the moment. Today's show, we are going to focus on the questions and answers, the questions that I've received throughout the series. I'm so sorry I couldn't choose them all. I'm going to go through them as quick as well within the show time as best as I can. We had someone ask, I've kept them all anonymously, and we've had someone ask, did you use AA, so I'm Alcoholics Anonymous, or any form of community when you quit? I did not. I went to, and this is personally, I can't promote or talk badly of AA because I have limited or no experience. I went to one meeting and it made me walk out and want to take more. It was so dull and dry and it was not for me. I imagine being a part of a community would be great. However, my community was my counselor and basically my partner at the time and myself. Was very lonely, but why I chose against AA for me personally is because my identity was not a full-time recovery addict. I did not want to punish myself 30 years on or get badges 10 years on I was an addict for long enough. I didn't want to sit in that space forever or be completely defined for it. For like, I'd have no identity in a drug world or in a drug community or in a recovered community. I'm just me without any label or stereotype about drugs associated to it. That is my past. Oops. Yep. That is my past. And that's where I'm going to leave it there. I thought I'd turn the mic off. So that's why I chose against AA for myself. I can't even say it. So bear with me. I'm exhausted. So how did I actually stop? Part miracle, mostly me, and good timing. Everything I wanted out of my idea of what a healthy or happy lifestyle presented to me, like the idea that someone could love me and wanted children with me, and the idea of becoming a mum, that was enough for me, and that filled all that void of loneliness that I had, and timing and fate and me just rolled into one, and I was ready. I was sick and tired. I was so competent and so alive and so full of promise in my life. I could have been anything I wanted. And we're talking about specialized, high functioning, I'll never be a surgeon, but, a neurologist, a neuroscientist. I could have been anything I wanted. And I chose drugs, so I was fed up as well. Do I still feel like drugs, or do I get cravings? Absolutely not. I do get cravings for cigarettes, like standard cigarettes, and I go wild and have one every 6 months or so. But do I still feel like drugs? Completely out of my identity, completely out of my body, and completely out of my life, my mind, my soul, my heart. It is not part of me, and I've had to learn coping strategies that will lead me to different ways to respond to triggers, traumas, whatever, PTSD, or, there's other ways of approaching it. And I've evolved as a person, and it is not my go-to anymore. It is not part of me, and it is not something. I actually would feel very unsafe and very scared if I tried a substance. I don't think I would mentally be able to cope. I'd like to be sober. The furthest I'll go is tipsy. I just prefer to be sober now, and that's my place in life and who I am as a mum and as a person. So did I get help, or did I go to rehab? Sadly, there was nothing available there for me at the time that I needed it. There were long waiting lists, and I didn't have, the funds available to go privately. Did I get help? I found a counsellor who had experience in addiction, which I think I said in my series, and that's the only support I had. I became my own backbone early on. Did I have any other addictions since I've quit my drug of choice? No, I was already addicted to food before that. So is that an addiction? Indulging in and loving food? But no, I haven't. I have increased the amount I drink alcohol. Having said that, I drink to enjoy, not to get drunk. My flavor for alcohol has changed, and I drink very slowly, not intentionally. It's just I drink alcohol very slow. But I wouldn't say it's a need or a necessity. I probably have 2 drinks a week, so that 2-3 drinks a week, and that's probably a lot more that I wouldn't really drink alcohol while I was a substance user. I also disliked being drunk while I was a substance abuser. Oh, good one. Do I have an addictive personality? Am I worried to get addicted to other stuff? I have a very strong character. I had a strong character, but a soft, traumatized heart. So it was not my character that failed me. It was my upbringing and all the people that hurt me along the way that I was meant to be able to trust, that would create a safe environment for the child before them. I do not believe I have an addictive personality. I think I was completely broken, heartbroken, and shattered. Don't think I'll ever be prepared to publicly share all of my story. It's instilled some worry and concern and fear in the face of the strongest and hardest mental health practitioners. And I'm a survivor. I'm not an addict. I don't believe I have an addictive personality. I just got broken over and over and over again. And no apology would ever mean anything, because if someone is capable of treating you in that way or doing those, hurting you in those ways, I've had every sort of abuse except for sexual abuse. And someone is prepared to hurt me in the way they did, I don't think their apology would ever mean anything to me or be sincere. So, no, I don't have an addictive personality. Once again, I was just broken. So what was the hardest thing about quitting drugs? It broke out last week due to poor internet, but the loneliness. The hardest thing about quitting drugs for me was the loneliness. I quit drugs to feel more connected. And, when I was on drugs, bad company was better than no company. But I guess I was lonelier after I quit drugs because I realized that while I was an addict, I put up with crap. I put up with mistreatment. I put up with people controlling me or telling me who I was or what to do or how incompetent I was. Quitting drugs, so we're almost running out of time here, but quitting drugs made me realize that I had really low standards, self-esteem, and values of myself. So it was really lonely when I started showing up for myself and realizing that everything in my life no longer served me because I raised the bar and my standards. So that was, the loneliness was the hardest part because I wanted to be part of a community, but I lost that and I created something better, not straight away. And I'm still developing that now as a community. 8 years after quitting, or how long has it been? 2016 or 2015, something like that. So how did I know I was ready to quit? I was fed up. It just happened and I could have ended up dead, homeless and lonely. It just really, everything miraculously fall into place, including myself. So as questions about how many times, you said you lapsed and relapsed so many times. What was the difference between the other times I tried and the time I quit? Well, I had more to lose. I had someone that wanted to create a family and a lifestyle with me. And for the first time in my life, that meant more to me than the drugs. If you didn't have such a hard life, do you think you still would be a user? Absolutely not. I disliked drugs. I disliked everything about drugs. Sorry, I keep checking the mic in case my hands hit it and turn it off. I hated drugs. I would never take drugs. Trauma destroyed me. Now, I have someone which I really want to answer quickly, and I will be talking about it. Someone said, if our child is addicted, what is the best thing we can do for him? We are at our tether and we don't want to cut him off, but we don't know what to do. So please tune in next week to hear about this. I'm going to talk to you about boundaries. And I wrote some things here to be straight up. Emotionally open up, financially shut off. Don't make them quit and don't bend over backwards for them. Don't place your hope and happiness in them. Stand by them without emotionally destroying yourself or crushing your soul. They will not quit for you. This is their addiction, not yours. As cold as it sounds, try to continue living. Always stay safe. Call for a mental health intervention where needed, and if you feel unsafe or if your life is in danger or your well-being is compromised. Don't lose your life or your story in theirs. Be strong and be as present as you can be, but don't carry the weight of their mistakes on your shoulder. This is their story. And find a way to survive through this. I will be talking about boundaries and discussing this question further next week, and I will try to get into a caller as well next week, so we'll resume the psychic and the tarot part of the show. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't watched the whole series, go back to February the 8th and watch it. It'll do you really good. Thanks, everyone. Have a great week. We'll see you same time, same place next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the city of New York. In case that a little bit of dead air, you probably heard me anyway. I was sneezing. I've been sneezing for the last couple of days, and I either have a cold or I'm allergic to Armageddon. I don't know which one it is, but it may be a cold. It may be what do you call that stuff? Pollen. Well, anyway, here we are. I finally made it back again for another week in a row. so I'm hoping to have a streak now and not miss any shows, because I missed a few shows recently. Oh, hideous lower back pain. Whoa, man, was that awful. And it's not really going to be, it's not an interesting show if all you hear is me screaming in agony. And no. Now, the thing is, there are certain painkillers that are really good, but, they're powerful, and they're controlled substances. I'll admit to that. And I do have prescriptions, so I'm not cheating. But they clog my nose. Now, is that fair? Is that a good trade-off, to be able to have no pain, but you can't breathe? That's it, and that's what this feels like. But that I haven't had pain in a while, so that's good. But something's going on that's clogging my nose, and I'd like to get to the bottom of it. I forgot to take an antihistamine, which is all the way. It's fine, because I would probably fall asleep anyway. But I am a man on a mission. Yes, I have my tarot cards right here, and I'm on a mission. And what is that mission, you ask? I'm here to prove that tarot is not Russian misinformation. It's real. There you go. That's one of the funny things. People come up to me sometimes, and they try, because when they find out who I am, and I'm out and about, and they'll try to give me a gotcha question. Say, you don't really believe in that tarot stuff, do you? I say, no, I don't. And they look at me in shock. No, I don't believe in it. Do you believe in electricity? I say, well, no, I know electricity is real. It works. Yeah, see, same thing with me. I know tarot is real, and I know tarot works. I don't believe in it. I know. This is the kind of thing where people say, well, I'll believe in that if you can prove it to me. Well, then you don't need to believe in it. Then you know. But you can't. I defy anybody to. Well, I shouldn't go that far, because there's a couple of people in every group. There's over 300 and some odd shows of mine in the archives at AskOneRadio.com, and you can listen to those, and you'll hear that this stuff works. This stuff is real. But, of course, there are people who think I fake it. I make it up. And when I make the transition to video, and you can see the cards, and you'll see that I'm not making it up, then they'll say, well, he's manipulating the cards. People I have known for 30 years or more. People I've known for 40 years and know that I don't do card tricks, and I never have done card tricks. And I think that's a great buzzkill at a party, is card tricks. I won't do card tricks. Even, because I can't do card tricks anyway. But even if I could, I won't do them. I wouldn't do them. But they know I don't do card tricks. When I do this, they think I'm doing card tricks. I have no idea. If I could do that, if I could manipulate a pack of cards, you wouldn't see me for heel dust. I would be in Las Vegas, or at the very least Atlantic City. And they would know. They would watch me play, and they would know that I'm cheating somehow and break my legs. And then I'd limp right back here, and you'd welcome me back, sadder but wiser man. But that's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to be looking at the tarot cards so that we can see what's going on in our lives. And that's the beauty of it. Now, I made a little crack about Armageddon earlier. There's an interesting book. It's an old book, and we reissued it. It's called Ciphers of the Apocalypse, and it's I think it's at mojoacademy.org. It's listed there with the other books. But see, there goes my throat again. If it's not there, I'll put it up there. But I'll put it up at the Facebook page. And I want to give a special shout out to all my friends from Facebook who are listening in, because I know that people find out when the show is on through Facebook, either through my Facebook page or my regular page, or through Psychic Faces or Ask One Radio. There's thousands of followers there. And that's why I admire people who call and ask questions. The idea that they're willing to to open up in front of millions of people and just speak. And that's nice. That takes courage, and I applaud all that. And that's I don't. People who do that deserve a good solid reading, and you'll always get that at the Ask One Radio Network, no matter what show you have. Once in maybe a little over 10 years, I had somebody who was trying to put me on, and I read the card seriously for that person, and boy was he surprised. So you never know, but but everybody's been very good and kind and accepting. It's like the days when I started doing this. I offered my services at whatever party. There I go again. There's something in the air. I'm sure of it. At whatever price you could pay, whatever you wanted, I would do a reading. I'm still that way in a sense. You know, I mean, I do have set prices. They're not gigantic for private readings, but I don't let that get in the way. If somebody wants to whittle that down a little bit, fine. I've actually had people pay more. They want to. That's why not? But in the times when I was just starting out and I offered my services, I'd do a reading and you pay me whatever you wanted. Nobody stiffed me but one person, and that person never contacted me again for anything, which is funny. It's like they were scared. But it's a pretty good record because people told me I was crazy for doing that. But to be able to do scores and scores of readings and only have one person stiff me, that was pretty nice. It restored my faith in humanity for a little while anyway. So that's, I don't have any, for once, I don't have much to babble about before the show. That's really peculiar, you know. Things are interesting here in New York. I mean, we're having very, very strange things going on with, busloads of people from Central and South America are arriving from the border. And they are arriving just a few blocks from where I am now. I'm right in the thick of it. I'm right in the thick of that. That's fascinating because, you know, New York advertised itself as a sanctuary city. I'm not going to go into the politics one way or the other about it because that's not what this is about. And you can get that anywhere. You can hear that kind of stuff anywhere you go. It's nice to see how people react when you ask them to have the courage of their convictions. Sometimes it scares them. And I think we saw a perfect example of that with Martha's Vineyard. You know, it's one thing. It's okay to plaster signs all over the place saying, "We welcome you. Come in, come in, come in." And then, what the hell are you doing here when they get there? You know, and then crying in tears and get them out of there within 44 hours. So it's an interesting little experiment in human nature. Everybody is willing to have principles, but putting them in action is an important thing, I believe. And sometimes, you know, just doing nothing is good too. But here we are. We are the city of New York. Our population has grown by a few thousand in the last few months, which of course it grows by about 6,000 every day down in Texas and Arizona and all that. So, hey, maybe that's the way it should be. Spread it around. Share the wealth, right? So, coming from the person who is right near where this is happening, I'll give you some reports from time to time if you want to know. But the funny thing is that for years, this New York advertised itself as a sanctuary city, which really essentially meant nobody reported a few illegal dishwashers. You know, that was about it, really. Now they're being asked to put their principles to the test, and they're whining. So you get to know the measure of a person when they have to live up to what they promise. Sort of like getting married, you know. When you say, "I do," oh boy, do you. You really get, that opens up a whole new world for you, I assure you. As someone who's done it several times, I absolutely assure you. So now, hey, listen, let's do this. Let's get to the readings, because sometimes I short sheet the show. So let's go right to the readings. The first thing I'm going to do, as I usually do, is ring a bell 3 times so that we can get into sacred space. And aside from mentioning the ciphers of the apocalypse, I'm not going to be mentioning any products at all because you know where to find them. You know my website. I'll be mentioning that during the course of the show. But like I've been saying for the last few months, this is the time to be careful with your money. Really, because it's time for serious stuff. You know what's going on in the economy. So let's ring that bell 3 times to declare sacred space and pull back the window on the magical curtain. Sally in Victoria, Australia is on first. Hi, Sally. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. My voice is a little gravelly for some reason, but I'm doing okay. How are you?
Not too bad. It's very wet here, actually. We're experiencing a few floods at the moment.
Oh, no. What's how bad is that?
Look, today is apparently going to be the worst day, so, but it's okay. It's okay where I am at this stage.
Good.
But yeah, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's the forces of nature. You can't mess with those. They'll come for it. And water, water is worse than fire in many instances, because water will keep going. And you can put out a fire, you can't put out water. There's an old joke, by the way, about 2 guys lying on the beach in Miami, and they're 2 retired old men, and they're talking. One guy says, "So what are you doing here?" He said, "Well, I used to have a warehouse, and it caught fire. It burned to the ground, and I took the insurance money, and I retired, and here I am. What are you doing here?" He said, "Well, I had a business, and it got flooded, and I took the insurance company, and I retired, and here I am." He says, "Oh, that's fascinating. Let me ask you one thing. How do you start a flood?" So there you go. That's the old businessman joke.
That's hilarious.
So, Sally, what can I look at for you tonight?
Actually, just a general reading for me. So anything that comes up would be fantastic.
Yes. Well, I'm seeing very good things. I'm seeing. Well, first of all, I should tell you the first card I have is the World, and that's a card of assured success. And that's really good. That's a very good thing, obviously. The 3 of Rods. Are you starting anything new in terms of a business or any kind of career move?
I did not long ago. I changed my career at being at a school, and now I'm a support worker with autistic children. So yeah, I took on my own business doing that.
Because sometimes this indicates a partner in the business working with somebody else. But it's a new business that it's not quite giving you the return yet that you wanted, but it will, is what it's saying. Because the next card is a good one. I like this a lot. It's the Empress. It shows me that you're a person who can make things grow. You can make things happen. And you're good with money. That's the next card I have is the 2 of Coins. That means you're good with money. That's a person who's juggling money to, work with. You know how to work with credit. You know how to make a little money last into bigger money and grow that. This, again, I don't want to sound like a Borscht Belt comic here, but there's another old joke about how do you make a small fortune in the restaurant business? You start with a large fortune. So you see, but the person. The person who has the 2 of Coins knows how to balance money and juggle money and get things done. And that's so between the Empress card, which is the woman who is very creative and has a fertile touch and can make things grow. And this is a practical card, the Coins. That shows me that you got all the bases covered, and whatever you want to do, you're going to succeed at it. Floods
that's
notwithstanding.
Awesome. Thank you.
So it looks good. Well, these are your cards, In fact, I have one last card here. It's the 10 of Cups. That's perfected happiness. That's joy and beauty and everything, family and health and growth. And it's all kinds of wonderful stuff. So I think you're going to be okay. I think you've got a good future ahead of you here. You're on a good path.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm very blessed in my life, to be honest. So, yeah, very happy.
Beautiful. Is there anything else you want to look at?
No, that's about it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you for calling, and stay dry.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. We get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot. And now we're going to one of my favorite places in the world, and I've never been there, but I might as well have been there because of all the bourbon I've had in my system. Shelley in Mayfield, Kentucky. I've got to get to Kentucky one day. How you doing, Shelley?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing just fine, thanks. How's stuff in Kentucky today?
Well, it's funny you said bourbon. I work for a bourbon company.
Oh, beautiful. You know, this is I'm just your typical New Yorker. I've only been out of town a few times, and every time I went out of town, I met New Yorkers wherever I went, and Kentucky seems to be the place I want to go to. I knew a guy
It's a very
years ago.
peaceful place.
Yeah, there was a comedian here in New York who was, I guess he's been in L.A. writing for television for years, a wonderfully funny guy named Barry Berry. What a great name for a comic. And he used to talk about Kentucky being the bluegrass state because he said, that's what I did all day when I was there. I bluegrass. And he was very relaxed.
We did do that when we were kids.
Yeah, right? We were all young once, weren't we?
It makes a whistle noise.
Yeah. Oh, that too. Yeah.
So,
I forgot about that. I haven't thought of taking a blade of grass and making a whistle. He had a different kind of grass.
And making a whistle out of it.
Yeah. So what can I look at for you in the cards?
Oh, no, I wasn't thinking that. Oh,
No.
my, yeah.
What can I look at in the cards for you?
My question is, I have a boyfriend, John, and I would like to know if he's deceiving me, or he says he's committed and he wants to marry me, but I would like to know if he's the one or will it be someone else?
Well, first of all, the very first card I've got, I drew, is the 10 of Cups, and that is about a happy family and a happy home. So that's good. That's a very good sign. Cups are about relationship and emotions, and this is the happiest of all of them. Has he had a bad experience in a relationship recently, or before you two got together? Which
he's had several before us.
Yeah, and you know something, that's kind of a silly question. Yeah, but they see, I just realized as I was asking you that's kind of a silly question, because if he hadn't, he wouldn't be with you. You know, if he didn't have a relationship bust up, he wouldn't be with you now, right?
Right. He has had some difficult ones.
Okay, let me tell you why I ask you that. This is just a little temporary thing. This is just a blip, because the final card I have here is the Sun, which is health and happiness and growth and all the good stuff. In the middle, I have the 5 of Cups, which is a partial loss, and the 9 of Swords, which is sadness. I think, and you may be sensing this, or you wouldn't be asking me a question about him, right? He's still a little upset inside about a previous relationship.
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing. But I'm also seeing that you're going to overcome that.
I hope so. He kept going by his ex-girlfriend's house while we were together 3 different times, or her apartment 3 different times. When we were we've been going together about a year, and he went past her house like 3 times when we were going together, and also just recently he told me he goes by to check on her.
But this is what I'm seeing, that this is why I asked you that question, because I'm seeing that the 5 of Cups is an interesting card for this, and this is why there's hope here. The person is looking at 3 spilled cups and is preoccupied with that. That's the loss. But there are 2 other cups behind him which are fine. And at some point, the person on that card is going to turn around and see that and will stop being upset about the other thing. See, this is not what I'm not getting. I'm not getting an indication that you're being lied to. I'm not getting any indication that you're being deceived. All I'm seeing here is that there's a great potential for a fabulous relationship here, but he's still a little hung up on one of the previous relationships. And it's just something in the back of his mind that he just has to get over that. But again, what I'm seeing is I have the World, which is that card I had earlier of assured success for somebody else. You're going to get him over that. It'll happen. The Sun is here. That's a card of growth and health and healing. The Queen of Cups, that's a very good sign. You're going to move him into the direction you want him to go in. And he wants that. I don't think that he's cheating on you at all. I don't see anything like that. I just see.
Yeah, he says he loves me.
And I see no reason to doubt that. What I'm just seeing is that, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a clean way to say this, but Lenny Bruce, I'm thinking of a clean way of quoting Lenny Bruce. That in itself is ridiculous. But I guess this is comedy night on Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. But there'll be two singers and then you, right? That's what I keep hearing in the back of my mind. Lenny Bruce said, I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. You could be the Pope, he said. Every guy has that one woman who really broke him apart, And that's a woman that's hard to get over for a lot of guys. And this is, I mean, I'll give you an example. I knew a guy who had one of the worst marriages I ever saw in my life. And when they finally got divorced, I mean, it was so bad. I was at the wedding. And after they were married, I said to him, congratulations on your first marriage. Okay, that was, he wasn't happy about that, but years later he understood. Now, this was a hideous thing. And he eventually was married to somebody else, and he had a family, and they lived happily ever after, etc. But he used to now and then say to me, I still think of those kids I could have had with that other woman, those cute little red-headed, freckled kids, So, it never left him. Now, that's an obsession, and in many ways, that's a cop-out. A lot of guys will do that. They'll stay hung up on a woman from the past to avoid dealing with what's going on now. I'm not getting any of that indication from these cards. I just think this is for him, that thing that Lenny Bruce was talking about, and I really did clean that one up. This is the one woman who really busted him up. And and it still hurts. Right. But that doesn't have anything to do with you. You know what I mean? It's not a reflection on you, and it has nothing to do with how he feels about you. It's there, and it's hard to get rid of that. And it's not like I'm looking again. This person had a hold on him that was not healthy. Okay, I'm telling you that now.
Yeah,
and
I get it.
You feel that too, right? You know what I'm talking about. And I tell you what, I got the devil card, which is not about Satan or anything. It's about a very powerful, persuasive, attractive person who is dangerous to be around. You can do very well with people like that, but they will eventually use you for their purposes. And what's telling is on many tarot decks, including the one I'm using now, there's a block of cement that the devil is sitting on, and there's a man and a woman chained to that block of cement, you see? So he's still a little bit chained to the memory of what happened. It's just not gone yet, but it's not diminishing how he feels about you, is what I see.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds great.
I think you just being you.
That's all I needed.
The cards show me that you'll get him through this, okay?
That's good. I hope so. Well, thank you.
I'm sure you'll do it. Thank you for calling. Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle up the cards. As I said, you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. If you want to know more about what I do, I use Reverend Elliot because my last name. If I were to use my full name, it sounds ridiculous. Because I've got like 5 or 6 names. I don't even remember at this point. And that's even, you add one if I go by, if I use the Mexican tradition of my father, and I attach my mother's last name to my last name, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names. And it's nice, but it looks ridiculous on business cards. It's not a good idea to put a 6-barreled name on a business card, because then you're going to have to hand it to somebody with a magnifying glass. But Reverend Elliot suited me fine. I hadn't given it any thought until I did this and started doing this 10 years ago. And my last name is a little hard to pronounce. So people never got it right in my performing days, so I had shortened it. Anyway, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, if you want to know more about what I do, my website is magic-works.com, magick-works.com. I left a comment at the New York Times. I do frequent commenting at the New York Times. Why, I don't know, but I do. And I always put a link to my blog. And every now and then somebody tries to attack me. They say, do you know that you're a tarot reader? I said, gee, I'm really shocked. I'll respond. So one guy said, in response to my rather cogent comment on a particular subject of interest, that I don't trust occult practitioners who use magic with a K at the end. And I explained very patiently, and they printed my response. And if he had a response, they sure didn't print it. I asked him a question. Yeah. I said, we do that. We spell magic, M-A-G-I-C-K, magic practitioners, to differentiate that from stage magic, prestidigitation. This is not about pulling a rabbit out of a hat or having an endless handkerchief coming out of your left nostril. No, this is a different kind of magic altogether, and we add the CK to make it so. And then I gave him an invitation. I said, and perhaps you would like to explain to the readers, take this opportunity to explain to your fellow New York Times readers what it is about the First Amendment's freedom of religion that you so despise. Well, that's... sometimes that sends people into orbit, and they write diatribes that get banned after that. But that's the way it goes. So that's my website is magic with a K, magick-works.com, and there's like 100 and something pages there. I didn't mean it to get that big, like Topsy. It growed. It just growed. All of you Uncle Tom aficionados will know what I'm talking about. There aren't many of us left. And by the way, Uncle Tom in Uncle Tom's Cabin is nothing like what we refer to as an Uncle Tom in life. That was done when the Uncle Tom's Cabin was, I don't know why I'm veering off into this now, but it's just one of those little popular culture things that irks me. Uncle Tom would took the most severe beatings from Simon Legree because he would not rat out anyone else. He wouldn't talk to, he wouldn't be used. He was an upright man. And yet, for some reason, he became a, well, you know what people mean when they refer to someone as an Uncle Tom. They're very odd, isn't it, how that happens? If you read Uncle Tom's Cabin, and I'm not recommending you do because that writing from that period is very difficult. It's like reading Pilgrim's Progress. If you had to read Pilgrim's Progress in school, my condolences. But it's like Zane Grey. Now, those are wonderful westerns, the books of Zane Grey, but they're written in a very flowery style. And yet, when you're done, you have the most vivid impression of what you've read. It's a whole different kind of thing. We're more conversational in our literature for the last 100 years. So that may be a good thing. So anyway, magic-works.com, and I have like 100-odd pages there. It just growed like Topsy. That's what made me think of it, of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Was Topsy even in Uncle Tom's Cabin? Now I don't remember. I think Topsy was. Oh, brother, we're going far afield. Before I start reciting the Declaration of Independence, let's go to Michelle in Alabama. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm all right tonight.
Oh, well, maybe we can make that a little better. What would you like to look at?
Just about me and my grandchildren.
Okay, let's see. Is there some trouble going on in the family?
Yes.
Okay, because I've got a card here that's not a nice card. It's the Five of Swords, and that generally means somebody's making trouble for you. So if you had the feeling that there's somebody behind the scenes spreading gossip or making trouble, you're right. How's that? Is that what was on your mind?
Well, no, not really. I'm raising 2 grandchildren, and
well, because there's just somebody who's a problem behind the scenes, most likely. It's not as sneaky as some other cards, but it's well, good. This is the other one. This is the Seven of Swords. Shows a person tiptoeing around. Now, there's definitely somebody who's doesn't have your best interest at heart in this whole situation. So be careful, okay?
Okay.
I'm not seeing they're going to be successful at this, and people like this usually try for a little while and then move on to something else. But there's 2 cards that show this kind of thing, and you just got both of them. Now, the good news is the next card is the Sun, which is a card of healing and growth and health and happiness. So I don't think they're going to have any effect on you. You know, these first two cards have dark clouds on them. They're gloomy. They're just really gloomy cards. But you got the sun here, so that's good. I think you're going to come out of this fine. In fact, this is the third time now I think I've got a card for a happy home, too. This time it's the Four of Rods. So you'll be all right. Just be a little alert that somebody in the family or someone around you doesn't have your best interest at heart and is, you know, maybe a little gossipy or causing problems, okay?
Can you tell if it's male or female?
No, I really can't do that. I mean, I'm not refusing you. I just can't. You know what I mean? I don't. Let me just see if I get any indication. No, I mean, no. I'm just seeing that there's. I'm just seeing that it's going to work out fine. You know, the reading starts with those two cards and it ends with very happy cards, including the Judgment card, which is about a person getting what they've earned and what they deserve, and things working out well and rebirth. And it's all, you got all happy cards here, except, you know what it is? It could just be there's some people who are not really happy about what's going on. And you're going to do just fine. And sometimes the worst thing you can do for some people is to be happy and successful. You know that.
Oh, yes, definitely. No, I've just acquired, they've lived with me since they came in this world, basically. But their dad's kind of out of the picture for a while.
Okay. And you don't need to go into any details you don't wish to. But I'm just saying, I'm seeing very good cards, except that there's some people who are not happy about this, but you'll be fine. You know what I mean? Look, you can't please everybody. How's that?
Well, I've never been one to do that.
Excellent. Just excellent. So keep it up, because you're on a very good path here, and it's going to work out well for you, okay?
All right. And one of the grandchildren has ADHD, and I'm taking him to get different kinds of help. Do you see something good for him? Is it going to get better?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because I have the Seven of Rods here, and that's a card that relates to you, because it's a person who knows how to deal with problems and sweep away all obstacles. So that's good.
Okay.
You're going to take care. You're going to really take care of these children, according to this. The Seven of Rods shows a person who's doing a difficult job and is in a higher ground and is in a position to sweep away everybody with their stick in the card.
Okay.
With the rod. So yeah, you're a problem solver. You know, so you'll get there, and so you're going to. It's fine. In fact, the Ace of Cups is here, and that's a card of great happiness and joy.
I just have a heavy load on my shoulders right now, and
yes, you do. Yes, you sure do. And
make sure.
And the one thing that I can tell you from this, no, the cards are good here. The cards are also saying be as careful as you can with money. Okay.
Yes.
And these days, you don't have to tell that to people, really, don't you know? But it's here. It's the Four of Coins, and that is about a person who's very wise with the money and may seem tight-fisted, but knows how to stretch that dollar. Okay. Here's the one last card: is the Six of Rods. It's a card of great success and triumph. You're going to do fine.
Okay, great.
Thanks for calling.
That sounds awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye now. And that's a good reading. You know, you can't. There's so rarely negativity in these readings that when it shows up and it's so obvious like this, it's just. And what I like about it is that the cards were also going out of their way to say that this is not going to be a problem for you. Sometimes we run into people who are very negative about our lives, and that's their problem. That's not your problem. That's their problem, and we've all been there. Jill in Aurora, Illinois is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight, Jill?
Fine, how are you?
Doing well. Glad to be on. What can I look at for you?
Can I see if there's any messages from husband?
It's somebody who passed recently?
Correct.
Okay, let's see. Well, I have one of the cards that I look for when doing this is here. It's the Hermit card, which shows a person with sending a message because they're holding a light and leading the way. And then, as seems to be always the case with these things, I got a lot of positive, happy cards here. Now, if there's anyone you have in mind in particular, which you don't have to give us any more information than you want to, I've got the Ten of Cups, which is happiness, and the Fool, which is a person who's the beloved of God, which is great. The High Priestess is here. That's another card I look for to verify an afterlife reading, which is a person who can see behind the veil. The person you're looking at is found peace and happiness where the soul is now. That's the message I'm getting. And it's amazing how often I get that message.
Yeah, there better be a peace.
Well, it was a rough time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it isn't anymore, and that's the message from this person, is that there's a hint of being with other family members, ancestors, things like that, you know. So the spirit, I mean, I have cards of trouble. I have cards of really big trouble here before. But afterwards, the spirit is at rest, and the spirit is growing, and the spirit is learning. And that's the message to you. Okay? Is there anything else you want to look at?
I just what know there's going to be with the position that I'm in right now.
I didn't quite catch all that. It was breaking up.
I was just wondering about my position that I'm at right now. Where am I going to be in 10 years? Is I going to be in the same job, or am I going to be somewhere else?
Oh, okay. Let's see what we get here. That's an interesting question. Let's see. 10 years is such a long time, though. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, well, I hope I'll be alive.
Well, you'd probably be a different person in 10 years, you know. So who knows?
Yeah.
Let's see what we have here. Well, there's changes coming in terms of work and career. The Ace of Rods indicates that. The Ten of Coins is about money coming in and doing well. Changes are coming soon. That's the Eight of Rods. The Page of Rods means that's like the Ace of Rods, but it's real. It's the Ace of Rods is theoretical. The Page of Rods, it's here. It's real. There's new work coming your way. Something new in your career is coming, and you'll do well at it too.
Good.
There's good money there.
Good.
Okay, so that's and it's not going to take 10 years. It's going to be sooner than you expect. Here's another one. This is the Three of Coins. That's another one. That's about starting a new position, a new job. Sometimes it's a temporary job, but it leads to other things with the three. There'll be a new job or a new assignment within a job, and you'll complete the task, and you'll be recognized for having done very well. Yes, there are changes coming your way in terms of work.
Okay, because I think the one had already transpired, because now they've moved me from going 60, 89-day collections on car loans onto doing the repos. So I think that's
I see you doing well at whatever they hand you. How's that? That looks good.
Good.
There will be some competition where you are. That's the Five of Rods, but don't sweat it. You'll get through that. You'll be fine.
Okay. All right, good. I appreciate you guys.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad to have you listening, and thanks for calling in. Bye-bye now.
All right, God bless you guys. Bye-bye.
And let's see. Let's shuffle up the cards again, and let's see. Okay. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where I lost my train of thought for a second there. I got derailed on the train of life, train of thought. Joanna in Indianapolis is next. Hi, Joanna. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi. How are you doing tonight, Joanna?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you? Maybe we can make it a little better than just okay.
Well.
Oh, that sounds like that sounds like a challenge. That laugh.
Yeah, certainly is. So, either career or love?
Well, some people, that's the same thing. But, that we won't get into. I live near the Times Square area, so we know what that's famous for. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what comes up.
Sure. Last time I was on with you, we talked about an intermediate step, and I haven't been able to figure out what that step is. So it's kind of stymied.
In terms of love, did you have a relationship that didn't work out recently?
Yeah.
Because I've got the Three of Swords, and that's what that is. That's just a heart pierced with swords, and the heart is crying, and that's not good. But the next card is the Nine of Coins, which is a person who can be comfortable in a solitary way. It doesn't mean you're never going to be in another relationship. It just means you're not going to panic and you must be in another one. That you can be pretty comfortable with yourself. You can be at one with yourself. So that's good. But this was not a very good relationship, was it?
No, we loved each other a lot, but we were like oil and water.
Yeah, well, tell me about it. I've been there. Who hasn't, right? And anybody hasn't, they're lucky, because those are the ones that hurt the most. I mean, when you're just totally not compatible, you can let go, right? But when there's good stuff and it doesn't work out, it can hurt. And I see that it was that breakup was painful, but
yeah. I'm starting to come out of it, but there's just there's a longing there.
Well, let me tell you something. I have several cards here that indicate a new relationship is coming. And it's going to be happy, and it could lead to marriage. And
that's what I'm in it for.
Yeah, it's because I have the Hierophant here, and that's the card of religious authority. And when people ask about the anything romantic, and that shows up, that means marriage. And this is the Ten of Cups is a happy home. I've had that several times today. The Knight of Cups is the beginning of something, of a romance, and the Page of Cups is the solidifying of it. So there's something, and it's interesting because half these cards here that I got for you are cup cards, and cups are about romance and relationships. So yes, it's coming. You just need to get over that card, which is the Three of Swords, which is about the heartbreak. And you will. According to this, you will, because you're not going to be dwelling on it. And keep an eye out for something new coming. Let me see if I can get you any more details on that.
Yeah, details are great.
Well, here's another cup card, and that's a good one. It's the Three of Cups, and in the context of a relationship, that indicates that it's somebody you'll meet through people you know. So so keep an eye out among the people you know. Even if there's maybe that rabid person who's always trying to fix you up with somebody, but they may have something this time. But that's where it's coming from. Let's see, what else do we have here? Success, just another, this is good. These are all cards of success. So this is going to make up for the bad relationship. It looks very, very promising and very good. And as I said, with the Hierophant there, it's really a good sign that there's marriage in the future here. Okay?
Okay, that's perfect, because every time I go into a relationship, I expect it to be the last one. So good news.
Well, you never know. I mean, I went into a new relationship in 1985, and I'm still in it. So it happens. And I had been in a marriage that went south in 82, and by 85, I got roped in again. But this time it lasted, and we're still together. In fact, the symbol of this whole thing is I have a sourdough starter that I use for making bread, which I made. I started that in the summer of 1985, and we still have it. That's our offspring. It's a bunch of bacteria. It's yeast, right? But yeah, so you never know. I mean, but we still have it. It almost died once. I neglected it for a while, but we brought it back to life, and there it is. But you never know. You're right.
What a beautiful metaphor for relationships themselves.
Yeah, and sourdough. There's got to be some kind of thing in there, about that. But see, now we're just crotchety old people together, and it's just nice. It's an unexpected bonus. But there it is. So it's looking good. Let me see if I can find one more thing. Yes, the Wheel of Fortune is here. It means the situation you're in now is going to change, and it's going to change for the better. I got the World again. That's a card of assured success. So that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a lovely reading. Thank you.
My pleasure. Let me know how it works out. I can be reached, and this goes for anybody listening. I keep forgetting to give my email out. It's Ask Tarot, AskTarot, asktarot@earthlink.net. And since this is a return reading, just why not drop me a line as things progress, and I'll pull a few cards for you. How's that?
Sure thing. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Wow, that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and I've got a little time here, so I thought that maybe I could tell you about a few things that are in the works, but I've got nothing in the works. I've got nothing out of the ordinary. Many of you have asked about my health, so I can tell you a little bit about that, because I had a problem a year ago in which I started to go blind. So maybe you'd care for an update on that, because when I do get into the video stuff, I don't want you to be too shocked when you see me with an eye patch, which is kind of a funny thing, because I'm an old guy, and I wander around. I mean, I knew I was getting old one day. I mean, I would go to the doctor for my annual checkup, and he'd say, you got to lose some weight. Every year, you got to lose some weight. You got to lose some weight. And then one year, I never lost any weight. And one year I went in same weight, and he said, well, you're in pretty good shape for a fellow your age. And I knew I was in deep trouble. I'd hit that wall there. But the thing about being an old guy, and I'm in a neighborhood filled with younger people, and I'm not the oldest guy around. I mean, I have a friend in the neighborhood here who's 92 years old, and he gets out and walks all the time, and I run into him, and he's a wonderful actor. I guarantee you've seen him in a bunch of movies, and in the theater too. He's had a long, illustrious career. He's 92 years old, and it's just marvelous to see him out there. Well, here's the deal. Since I started to wear an eye patch, I'm getting young women stopping me on the street and propositioning me. And I'm not mean professionals, They just want to talk to me. I don't know what it means. I don't know why. I was walking by. Because we had you can look this up. I don't know if it happened in your city, but if you live in a city, and whether you're lucky or not, that's a whole different thing. We have dining sheds in the street now for people to use, because that took the place of going into a restaurant during the COVID lockdowns. And these were just lean-tos, in a sense. So one side was open. And they kept them. They're still there. The people still use them. They love them. And I remember I was walking by one a couple of weeks ago, and I heard this conversation where a woman said, gee, he's really cute. He looks interesting, which meant nothing to me. And then I heard a man say, you're just attracted by the eye patch. And then I knew it was me. So that's kind of bizarre, because I had to go blind in one eye in order to have women under 60 pay attention to me, which is not something I want, I might add. Like I said, I've been happily married since 1985, and we're, that's it's a Henny Youngman joke. I've been in love with the same beautiful woman for 30 years. My wife finds out, she'll kill me. But no, that's not it here. So I do have some pain now and then in the damaged eye. It's just a thing that happened. A blood clot hit one of the veins in my eye and killed it off. No reason for it. They told me that well over 90% of the time this happens, there's no reason. It just happens. And they, I was examined by neurologists all up and down the block. I spent so much time lying on tables with MRIs and you name it. And this was a little over a year and a couple of months ago. And they found out that once I lost the use of one eye, the other eye, I noticed was damaged. I had blind spots there. I couldn't see it because the other eye filled them in. So we were able to stop the damage there. So I can still see, but and sometimes there is pain in the bad eye because the human body is a remarkable thing. It tries to repair itself. And the eyeball, it has been growing new veins inside of it to replace the one that went away. And that's not good necessarily. And sometimes they hurt like hell. And then I have to take heavily prescribed drugs that clog my nose, as I said. And so when I miss a show now and then, that's you can pretty much be assured that I was out of it with pain. But there are ways to deal with that in terms of meditation and occult work. I write about it a bit in my book about mind power. It's called Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power, or some corny thing like that. I haven't looked at the cover in a while, but that's about how it goes. So yeah, people have asked me from time to time to update you. So yes, I'm still blind in one eye, and I always will be, and I look rather swashbuckling, and people give me wide berth on the street too. I mean, we keep hearing about crime in New York on the rise, and it's true, it is. But not in this neighborhood. I'm near the theater district, so we're heavily policed because a lot of tourists come here. And so we're okay. But people look at me, and I'll tell you something. We have a lot of homeless people here, and sometimes they just want to talk to you, and they're people. That's it, I've had some wonderful conversations with them. They'll come on a little strong and ask for money. And if you don't have it, you tell them why, and you tell them what you need, why you don't have the money, and then you chat for a while. Sometimes people dig that, and because that's easier. Money is easier to get than time. People will say, "Yeah, here's a couple of bucks. Here's a couple of bucks. Here, go. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone." But to stand around for a few minutes and just chat with somebody, and if you haven't noticed, I'm a chatterbox. That can really be enlightening for people, and we are just talking about people. We are talking about human beings. Now, they may have mental problems, and I don't know which is the cart and which is the horse, because I know I'm hoping that I don't have particular mental problems, but if I found myself homeless and living on the street, you can bet your life I would develop mental problems pretty damn fast. But I don't see how you couldn't. But just remember, we are still people. And sometimes, sometimes people just want that human connection, and they like that you don't ignore them and blow them off. And that's communication. And we can all do that. And I'm not suggesting go up there and talk to deranged people on the street. Please don't do that. But if it comes your way and you feel comfortable, you can just say hi if they speak to you. Well, that's about it for now. I've given you an update on my eyeballs, and I've given you wonderful advice about how to do whatever the hell it was I was just talking about. So I'll see you again next week at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. Till then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live on the last day of August from the city of New York, the city that never sleeps, which, to quote Ed Hochstein, is why it looks so rotten in the morning. We're shuffling up the cards, and I cleaned that up, by the way. Yeah, Ed Hochstein. He was a funny comedian. I don't know what, I lost touch with him years ago. But the last time I saw him, he actually said, not as a straight line, but he meant it because he had done a career move, I'm in ladies' underwear now. You don't give people straight lines like that in life. It's just, it's not done. It's just not done. So here we are. I've done two. This is my second live show in a row. You know, it's not one thing. It's another. You know, like I missed a whole bunch of shows at the end of March into April and then into part of May because there was a really horrible flu going around. I don't know what it was like in your neck of the woods, but there was no media coverage about the flu that was hitting us over the spring. I had to go to the New York State Department of Health to see that it was hitting about 10,000 people a week. I called a few doctors I know, and they said, yeah, everybody, all their patients had flu, but it was nothing because there's no scare value in flu. You know, it's not scary enough. But it was a bad one, and it knocked me out. And then, just as I got back and did a show in June, the computer died, which sometimes you think the world is telling you something, right? But no, I refused to let it tell me something, and I stubbornly had the computer rebuilt, and which cost a lot less than getting a new one. But here we are, so we're back, and I'm looking forward to doing this next week in September. See you in September, right? That's isn't that what they used to say? That was Brian Hyland of Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny etc. fame. So here we are, and I've been back doing live readings off the air for people. It's been a blast. I've missed that. I may have talked a bit too much last week on the show because you keep me isolated for a month and a half. And I'm just going to start shooting my mouth off. But I'm back now. I'm here, and we're going to be doing a whole bunch of interesting readings. And the most important thing is, and this was heartbreaking, and I apologize to all the people this happened to, the millions and millions, well, a few people it happened to. If you bought any books of ours from Amazon, I had to cancel the orders. I had to cancel the orders because I had no way of doing it. I had no way of finalizing the orders and printing out the postage and printing everything out. So I canceled the orders, but we've made up for that. And people have been buying books again. The smart people go to mojoacademy.org and look at the books and audio and all the stuff there. And you can find any book that I don't have a particular desire to sell through Amazon.com. I don't have an aversion to it. It's there. I just, it's a marketplace and a lot of people use it. They take a little bit of a bite out of the thing there. Everybody does. It's commerce, I mean, why not? But I also sell directly from the printing plant. And those books cost less. A lot less. Well, a few dollars each less. That can be a lot depending on what you do, what you buy. And also there is right now using the Welcome 15 code, just in capital letters, Welcome 15, 15, Welcome 15. If you do that at checkout, you'll get 15% off of your order, which is essentially free shipping. So that's pretty good too, because postage is pretty expensive these days. But there's books there that will change your life. And one of the things I've talked about this before everything crashed and burned, and I haven't been on the air for a while, was the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. That is a wonderful set of books that is, there's one available at Amazon.com. You have to buy the whole set there, though. You can buy any one of the 10 books or as many or as few as you want at the printing plant. You'll see it when you go to mojoacademy.org. But that is, those are 10 books at 32 pages each. They were originally published in the 1930s. I restored a set from an original 1930s set. So it's for the first time in decades, you can get these books in individual books again. Some people now and then, every few years, will put out a typo-ridden version of the 10 Lost Books of the Prophet in one book, which really should be called the One Lost Book of the Prophets. But even then, these aren't really lost books. These are synthesized from a bunch of really good occult sources that those of you who know about this stuff will recognize it when you see the books. But if you want to know about using occult energy and esoteric power, and you want to get a good start on it, the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets is a very good set of books to start with. And I'm talking about, I'm a guy who many years ago, when I started getting into this, I found a book by Louis de Clermont, which is a nom de plume. He also compiled and wrote the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, a book of oils and incense. And I thought, oh, great. It's a little booklet, a little pamphlet kind of thing. But I said, oh, great. Now I'm going to know everything. Which, of course, I learned so little from that I had to start buying more books and delving deeper and deeper and deeper. But that's it. The esoteric arts, this is a lifelong study. And it's not for everybody. But the work is available for everybody. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't need to know how to build or repair an automobile in order to drive a car. And you can still do magical work without having a grounding in all of the basics. And that's what the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets will do. It'll give you a good, solid understanding of the stuff that can be done. And it will give you definite things you can do involving, for instance, most of the books have a section about the Psalms, with a different selection of Psalms from the book of Psalms and what you can do with them, and how you can use them to enhance your life and work your will. Magic is the art of causing change to occur in the universe in conformity with your will. It's not about poisoning people. It's not about revenge. It's not about making people love you. You know, you'll see all of that go, you know, love spells are black magic, folks, because you're trying to get somebody to do something that's against their will. Don't even think about doing that. You can find something about that at my website, which is magic-works.com, MAGICK works.com. But this is all by the long way of saying that soon I'm going to have available at Amazon more complete sets of the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. There's only one there now because it sells so well. And up until recently, there was something unique. And really, I mean unique, because nobody else had one. Nobody else made one. I'm the only person who has this because I took the trouble to do it. And it's pretty damn costly, but it's not terrible. You know, it's not going to, it's not awful. It's not like buying a piece of antique furniture or an incunabula book, but it's expensive. It's the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets in hardcover, in eight. The 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, and he says 8, right? Hindsight instructs us there are 10 books. 10 individual hardcover books, or you can get them, even the hardcover ones, at your own pace from the printing plant. And mojoacademy.org will show you how to do that and save money. Of course, the ultimate way to save money is not to buy any of this stuff. And this is why I'm very torn about mentioning these books, because they are important, especially in times like this where systems are failing us. Never in the history of the modern world, the modern Western world, has science fallen into such disrepute as it's in today. Because scientists, people who designated themselves not just scientists, but they called themselves science itself, were misleading people and telling people that they misled people, but they misled you for the noblest of motives. But there's one particular scientist who is leaving the government service, whose name I will not mention, who I described once as being like the guy who puts $2 on every horse in the race and then boasts about picking the winner. Because this is a person who has taken every single side of every issue, and then when he's criticized said, "I am science." You know, so no, this is, and people do not trust the Centers for Disease Control. People do not trust the National Institutes of Health. People are questioning pharmaceutical companies like never before. And this is a good time to learn about an alternative science, because magic work is a science. Magical work is a science. It's the art and science, as I mentioned, of getting change to occur in the universe in conformity with your will. Now, that doesn't mean that it always works. Nothing always works, but you'd be surprised the results. I'll give you a perfect example about that. The 10 Lost Books of the Prophets in hardcover. I had one copy. I made one copy of that, one set, and priced it pretty high because it's unique. You know, nobody else has it. So why not ask for a little premium for that? And it just sat there at Amazon, just sat there for months and months and months and months. Nobody cared. So I said to my spouse, I said, you know something? Why don't we just take it off Amazon and just keep it for ourselves? And I'll just stick those books up on the bookshelf. Within 12 hours, somebody bought it. That's magic, you know. This is the kind of stuff regular listeners to the show know that I've often said, well, you know, if I with a question like that somebody asked me, I'm probably going to get a lot of cup cards. And there I do get a lot of cup cards. Now, you know, this is radio that I'm doing. I'm still old fashioned enough to do audio only. But I'm being dragged kicking and screaming into the 1950s, meaning video. So people, I could say anything I want, but these are the cards that I get. I don't have the imagination to make it up. And when the time comes, I'm going to show you the cards as I read them in a video segment. How would you like that? You get to see inside the old cave at the Purple Grotto here. And I will show you the cards that I get. And yet, even then, some people won't believe me. They'll think that I'm a card manipulator, because if I could shuffle a deck of cards and get the kind of cards I wanted out of them, you wouldn't see me for heel dust. I would be in Las Vegas at a table if I could do that. But no, I can't do that. I just shuffle the cards and tell you what I see. And that's the essence of the card reading. So we're going to be getting some good offers of items in the coming months, but I'm going to tell you about. But I am feeling a little shy about this because the economy is so bad. This is just, either I'm getting stronger or I can carry $100 worth of groceries with no effort now. So that must be why, right? It's $100. It's like one tote bag now. You know what I'm talking about. You know the drill. This is very expensive. We haven't seen prices like this since the 1980s, price increases. Right? Here we are again. And as older people know that this happens and it comes and goes, and I'm not going to blame people. That's not the point of this show. The point of this show is positive energy and how to deal with it. And I guess what I'm saying in a very clumsy way is go to mojoacademy.org. If you find a book there that tickles your fancy, then get it from the printing plant for less money. It costs less, and you get a 15% discount. The code changes sometimes, but I always update that at the website. Because this is a very odd time, because this is not the time to be spending extraneously. We want to marshal our funds. There's a song that Frank Lesser wrote for the movie Thank Your Lucky Stars, which is, it opens up, it's Eddie Cantor singing, "Thank you for your cordial invitation, Mrs. Jones, but with nightclub life, we're through. Non-essential spending brings inflation, Mrs. Jones, so here's what we're planning to do." And then it goes on to have some of the most risque lyrics ever put into a Hollywood movie. But the point is, this is not the time for non-essential spending, because we're in an inflationary spiral. And the only way to get rid of inflation is with recession. We've discussed this on the show before, that everybody knows this. The recession is the only way to knock inflation out. And recession hurts a lot, but the results are good. So I'm not exactly whole-throatedly telling you go buy this and go buy that, but just look to see, because the flip side of this is the time to see that there's more to life than science. More to life, because as Woody Allen once said, science is nothing but men in smocks cutting up frogs on foundation grants. The esoteric arts predate modern science. And as we've seen, modern science does not know what the hell it's doing at all. They don't know. And they shouldn't know, because science is a process. It's the scientific method. Science isn't this thing. And it certainly isn't a noun for a human being who goes around saying, when you attack me, you attack science, as he puts it. No. This is the time. I'm looking right now at my bookshelf here, and I'm looking at the 10 books of the equinox. Now, that's highly, highly, highly advanced magic. It fell into the public domain about a year or two ago, so you can buy those too from alternative sources. But it's good to stick with the Weiser books. Samuel Weiser, not Weiser in terms of wisdom, because they're excellently made, and that is advanced magical stuff that you can study for the rest of your life. But the two books that I would suggest, if you want to know how to get to use magical work, traditional magical work, because science is imploding, as well it should, because it became arrogant. There's the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, and there's my book, Reverend Elliot Explains It All, which is a humorous, lighthearted look at magical stuff. And it tells you how to do an awful lot of things, including bake the damnedest pumpkin pie you ever had in your life. So keep those two in mind. But there's other books there too you might look at. Now you can't get my tarot book through the printing plant because that comes with a CD. That's only available through Amazon. But there are many, many, many books there that can teach you all kinds of things about magic. We're coming into the Halloween time, in which I always move a few copies of things like the Book of Forbidden Knowledge and the Book of Black Magic. Now that's a fun book. But consider the alternatives, because you've seen what science can do for the last 2.5 years, and it's a mess. It's a mess. Following science is ludicrous. You don't follow science. You use the scientific method to learn. Science is not a rule book. And this following science stuff is why we're in big trouble now. Because nobody knows what they're talking about when they get into that stuff. It's sheer arrogance. And you've seen the result of arrogance. Arrogance in a magician is terrible too. Oh, man. Karma catches up pretty fast with you there. That's for sure. And if you want to know more about karma, please go to magic-works.com and click on the karma page. You can also find it at mojoacademy.org. Click on the karma page. There's an interesting discussion there about what karma is, what it really is. Karma is not a celestial vengeance machine. So, get that out of your head. Karma is not what people, wait till karma gets you. No, that's not what, it's a very deep thing. And I urge, and it's free to listen to that. See, that's the other thing. You go to my website, there's a lot of free content there. Movies are there. Audio is there. All kinds of stuff. A lot of good magic videos. Check out the magic videos at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. But I want you to consider that, even if you don't spend money, because this is not the time to spend money unless you have it to spend, and you want to spend it wisely by investing in your power. That's what you'll do when you get the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, which are kind of costly, or when you get Reverend Elliot Explains It All, which is not kind of costly. You can invest in your power. It's the best investment you'll ever make, is investing in you and empowering yourself. So, hey, there you go. I mean, I don't want this to sound like a commercial, because this isn't the time to be pushing products. I've said that many times, and that is the truth, because you can't even stretch $1 nowadays. It's just really bad. And if you want to look into other ways of seeing the world, rather than the lens that various television networks give you when they explain things to you, check out some magical books. And if you want to just tool around magic-works.com, I got 101, 102 pages there, and you'll find something that'll interest you. Take a look at the movie The Golem. It's a silent movie, but it's, don't let that intimidate you. If you're not used to silent movies, you'll dig it, because a silent movie is just a quiet movie. Yeah. And that is a tale of scientific arrogance, in a sense, in the occult sciences. The Golem has led to things like Frankenstein. That's a disguised Golem story. You look at the Golem page at my website, and you'll see that 2001: A Space Odyssey is a Golem movie. Now, what is a Golem? Go to my page and find out. So let's get going to the readings now, because I've been away for so long. I just wanted to let you know. Hell, science failing us is my computer crashing. So I was still able to communicate with people telepathically while the computer was down. Imagine that. So I'm leaning towards doing some conference call things through Zoom, thanks to a good friend Andrew, who listens, who has been dangling that before me since even before the pandemic. And he's tempting me, and I'm going to do it. And I think I've got the subject for my first Zoom class, which will be out-of-body time travel. I'll tell you about the things I've done in terms of time travel when we get together and do this. So I'll give you a little taste of it next week. But yeah, that'll be the thing that I've decided we're going to start with. And let me know if you want to sign up to that. You can send me an email at asktarot@earthlink.net. It's ASKTAROT@earthlink.net. But now that we've gotten everything out of the way and I've said hello because I've been away for so long, I'm a chatterbox now. Let's pull back the curtain on the magical window by ringing a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And our first caller is Joanna in Indianapolis. Hi, Joanna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. How are you tonight, Joanna?
I'm happy to be talking to you.
Oh, that's nice. What can I look at for you?
Well, I've been torn between career, love life, and mediumship of two people in particular that I was hoping to connect with, either one of them, but whatever you feel pulled to.
Well, let's take a look because there are definite cards for each of those. So let's see what they say. Well, I've got cards of wands and coins, which relate to work. Did you mention career?
I did, yeah.
Because that's what I'm getting. I'm getting good cards and then not so good cards and good cards and not so good cards. So are things kind of up and down in terms of career?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, well, what would you like to know? And then let's see if we can we zoom in on that and get something specific.
Oh, boy. Well, I've been doing the same thing for a couple years. I own my own business, and I'm wanting to just completely switch gears and go into a more health-oriented field. But making the actual switch has been just intimidating, and I haven't done it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about you, but I'm not crazy about change. But I'll do it. This is why.
It's scary when you don't know exactly what to do. Yeah. So I haven't, done the thing. So yeah, I don't know exactly what to ask about it.
Well, what I see here in these cards, I've got I got 4 cards here, and on the outside are rod cards, the first and the last one, and rods are about career, and the inside are money cards, which relate to work. They relate to money, obviously, but these cards specifically relate to money and work. So let me tell you what I got here. The 2 rod cards I have indicate change, but not change that you're really ready for at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
There's what there are a couple of cards here that are 3s. There's the 3 of rods and the 3 of coins, and these indicate completion, and it's a strong indication that you may be taking in a partner and working with somebody else. Have you been considering that?
Yeah, but no one seems to be reliable or permanent. And I've just recently gotten an injury to the main hand that I work with. So it's becoming less of an option and more of like, if I want to pay the bills, I got to find a partner type deal.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you this, I'm seeing that you, well, first of all, there's the 8 of coins here, and that's about a person who takes on a new job and works at it very diligently, and it's very rewarding, and it leads to other things. The 3 of coins is an interesting card because it indicates generally doing something temporarily until it's completed and then going to do something else. But you did so well at that thing that you completed that it opens doors for you. So I'm seeing that you may be taking something before you get to the thing that you want to do for yourself. You may be taking some other kind of work that you'll use as a stopgap to just get ready to do the other thing. You see what I mean? Because these are cards of waiting for a result. the Two of Rods and the Three of Rods, and watching your and I'm compressing them. I'm defining them together, and watching the work that you did bear fruit over a period of time. The Eight of Coins shows that you'll be very diligent about what you need to do to get this going. And the Three of Coins shows me that you will bring what you're going to do to a completion, and that will lead to the next step that you want to take. So you may be doing something in the interim that you probably don't even expect right now. But it looks very positive. It's just that
I'm good with that. I like the unexpected. That's exciting.
You're not quite ready to take that jump, is what I see here.
Yes. Yeah. So an interim step sounds great about now.
but the thing is, an interim step implies that you will take the bigger step later. It's not procrastination. It's just that you're going to find a way to do it incrementally so that you don't put all your eggs in one basket. Now I've been reduced to cliche, right? You know what I mean.
Understood. Yeah. Yeah.
And the nature of what you're going to do is going to be very successful, and I'll tell you why I say that. I have the Six of Swords. The Six of Swords is in some decks, notably the Thoth Tarot by Aleister Crowley. That is called science. After all that rap I gave about like science letting us down, it's called science because it's about your mind. The Six of Swords is you getting from where you are to where you want to be through your own efforts of your mind and your willpower. And the next card is the Empress, which is a person who makes things happen and makes things grow. It's a card of fertility, but it doesn't have to literally mean children, because the person in the card is a woman surrounded by fruit and vegetables and wheat and things like that. So you will get where you want to go. You're going to get there at your own pace, and you will flourish when you get there, because you make things grow, you make things happen. One warning, just one, it's a warning. It's not a terrible omen. It's the 10 of Rods. Rods again are work. Don't overburden yourself. It's just be very good to yourself during this period. It's just a warning not to take on too many obligations and do too much on your own, because then you can overburden yourself. But some people work well under pressure. So, if you're one of them, that's different. But it's just a warning not to push yourself too hard, because according to this, you're going to get where you're going, and it's going to go very well. Okay.
Heard, understood. I don't have much clarity on where I'm going, but I'm glad that I'll get there.
I know. We don't really have time.
One clarity question I can ask?
If you do it briefly, because I've got a few people waiting here. But what would you like to know?
I was just wondering if this interim step, is that something that I'm the boss of, basically? Like, am I running the show, or is it going to come through someone else offering a position?
Okay, but generally the Three of Coins relates to working for somebody else, but the cards I've got now are definitely a person doing her own work.
Okay, that probably has to do with the partnership thing.
Ace of Rods is a new career. Ace of Rods is the beginning of a new career. The Two of Coins is a person who knows how to juggle money and get it working. Sometimes it implies credit. And the Nine of Coins is a person who is comfortable with herself. So you're not going to be upset about, some people need to be around people all the time. It's not that you're a hermit, but you can be comfortable doing things on your own. And that's good. That's what I see. So I'm leaning towards thinking that you're going to come up with something that's a stopgap, and you will make that grow, and you will get what you want out of that. The next step will come out of that.
Heard, understood. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Best of luck to you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. I've been doing this on the Ask One Radio Network for 10 years. A little more than 10 years. Oh, boy, time flies when you're having occult messages. So if you're new to the show, you can go to ask1radio.com and look at the archives and see about 340 shows backlogged over there. That's I listen to them sometimes, but it amazes me that I've been doing this for so long, and that's why I get itchy when I don't do it, because it's the highlight of my week, and Wednesdays are not Wednesdays for me if I don't get to talk to people all around the world, including Mary in Detroit. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Oh, hello, Reverend. Thank you very much for having me. The Buddha wants to talk to you too. He wants to send you a message when you're ready.
I missed part of that.
The Buddha wants to send you a message.
You have a new message?
From the Buddha.
Okay, what's the message?
All right, let me open up. So he's gently, with his hands cupping each other, facing down, sitting in the stance. It says, untouched, unattached. Happiness or sorrow, whatever befalls you, walk on untouched, unattached. It would be great importance if someday in the future we are changing the patterns of our language, because our languages are very deeply rooted in ignorance. When we feel angry, you immediately say, I am hungry. That creates identification and gives you a feeling as if you are hungry. You are not. The English should be such that it does not give you the wrong notion. I am, when it's really observing that the body is hungry. You're watching the fact that the stomach is empty, that it desires food, but this is not you. Are you hungry? Did you eat something yet, sir? You are the watcher. You are.
Well, it sounds interesting. Did we lose you? I guess we have a bad connection. So, listen, if you're listening, Mary, thank you for the message. Some of that I followed, and I couldn't quite make out some of that the other parts, so I think we didn't have a very solid connection there. But I do thank you for calling and thinking of me and letting me get the message rather than give out a message. So that feels good. But I will definitely listen to that on when the show hits the archives and see what I make out of that. So let's see. I'll just talk until we have somebody coming up for the next call. How's that? You get to hear me vamp for a little bit. Now, why is it called vamping? I mean, I'm old enough to think of vamping as people like Theda Bara, which is that was in the teens, I guess. I'm not that old, but I'm one of those people who was born old and have been losing ground ever since. So I don't know how to explain that, but. It is kind of funny. There is a theory that I'd like to discuss from time to time that tarot cards are alive. Literally alive. Not that there's a spirit of them, but it is that the cards themselves are literally themselves alive. And why not? I mean, everything is in motion. Everything moves. All atoms move. The atomic structure vibrates. And isn't that life? Perhaps that's what it is. But I spent time before the first call talking about science and how it's been letting people down. And then I get that card, which is the card that is called science in many decks. So you see, there's a connection. It's as if the cards are listening and paying attention. How they do that, I don't know. I've given up. I just shuffle them. I take a look, and I tell you what I see. But well, that's just they have a puckish attitude towards me anyway. They may be different to you, but to me, the cards do things like that. Like I'll say, well, the last thing I expect to see here will be the King of Coins, and then they'll shuffle the cards, and the card King of Coins will come up. And I say, thank you, cards, for doing that to me. Michelle in Alabama is on. Hi, Michelle. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. How are you tonight, Michelle?
I'm doing all right. And you?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be back. I've missed everybody. So what can I look at for you tonight?
Well, I was just wanting to see what you see in there.
Okay, let's see what I find. I'll just give him a quick shuffle. And, oh, there's an interesting card. I don't get that card very often at all. I got 3 cards here for you. They're very powerful cards. There's change happening in your life. Is that so?
That's correct.
Okay, let me tell you what I've got here, because this will give some insight into the nature of the change. The first card is the Hanged Man. Now, that is one of the more mysterious cards in the deck, because it shows a person hanging from a tree or a cross of wood. But if everybody has the urge to turn that card upside down, and when you do, it looks like the person is smiling and happy and dancing a jig. The Hanged Man is a card about a person who is sacrificing for something greater. The next card is the Tower Struck by Lightning, which means abrupt change has happened in your life or is coming. And then the next card is the Wheel of Fortune, which means the way things are in your life now is changing. That's why I asked you if there's a lot of changes, because these would be sudden dynamic changes, but you're prepared for them. The next card I have is the Nine of Rods, and that is not a major card. The other 3 are. And to get 3 out of 4 major cards says that this is an important reading. The Nine of Rods indicates that what's coming, the change that's coming in your life, is something that you're ready for. You're prepared for it. You've got the experience to deal with it, and it may even be something that you want. It does. People associate change with something bad usually, but this looks like something that you're really ready for. This is something you're doing in your life that you want to make change in, that you have been wanting to have happen for a while now.
Correct. I have now got my 2 grandsons I'm raising.
And was that a sudden thing?
It's turned into a pretty sudden thing, yes.
Yeah, that's okay.
I have them, no doubt, I'm going to be the one raising them. Before there was doubt, but now there's not.
Well, there's the sacrifice. That's a great sacrifice, to start over again and raising grandchildren. The Tower Struck by Lightning, that's the sudden change in your life. The Wheel of Fortune that is the situation is evolving and changing and growing, and you are prepared for it. Now, here's something interesting. This is going to turn out well, because I've got the 6 of Cups, which is a card of childhood and childhood memories. So there must be a lot of memories flooding back to you as you do this, raising children again. And then the 4 of Rods, which is a happy home. You're going to be providing a good, happy home for these children. So things are looking good.
Good. That's good to hear.
So I think that the main thing is you're equipped to do this. You're ready for it. You can handle it. Yes, it entails a great degree of sacrifice, but that is not something that you shy away from. And look at that. I've got one more card, the 10 of Cups. The 10 of Cups is just great happiness. And it shows happy people with 2 little happy children dancing at their feet.
Okay.
So, even if I didn't know what the meaning of the card was, that picture says it all.
Yes.
So you'll do okay. You're going to do all right. But you knew that, didn't you?
I was hoping that.
Yeah, well, there it is. I tell you what I'll do. After the show, I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way and to your newly extended family. How's that?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
My pleasure. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. We're here every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. And Taylor in Grand Island, Nebraska is on. Hi, Taylor. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I always feel a kind of a spiritual connection to Nebraska because long ago, for a few weeks, I shared an apartment here in New York in Greenwich Village with several women from Nebraska. That was a trip. I learned a lot. So what can I look at for you?
Well, my cat, he's missing. He's been missing for about 2-3 weeks now. I'm really worried. I've had him since he was 6 weeks old. He's approximately like 3 years now. So I grew a really tight bond with him.
Yes.
And I don't know where to start looking. I don't know what to do. I'm just really worried because he's not an outdoor kitty. He's an indoor.
You know, I know. This is very concerning. I feel from your voice, I can feel it. And as one who several times in his life has shared his space with a cat, because I can never say I owned a cat, you know, that I know exactly I know exactly what it feels like when there's a problem. And so
yeah, I have 3 of them, and one of them's missing, and it's like, you know, the 3 Musketeers, and then when one's missing, it's like everything's out of place, it's not right, and I just really want to find him.
Well, let me see what I can see here. I mean, I'm getting mixed messages here. I mean, I'm not getting anything that clearly says something horrible has happened, but I'm not getting anything that indicates a return, at least not in the foreseeable future, because you know sometimes these things happen, and especially with cats, they'll come back after quite a while. But I'm not getting a sense one way or the other, and that's. I really hate to disappoint you like that. I mean, I've got like the 4 of Cups is here, and that's about a situation that is unexplainable. We don't know yet. You know, it's a person looking at 3 cups, and there's a hand coming out of a cloud with another cup, offering it, but we don't see it. But yet, that's a confusing thing that says you don't know what's going to happen. And then I have cards of sadness and cards of happiness. So I'm getting really, really just mixed messages here. So I don't think I can all give you anything.
Okay.
Let me make a suggestion, because this is probably too personal for you for me to pick anything up, because I'm getting your sadness and fear. Okay, so.
Mm-hmm.
I want, this isn't going to cost you anything. Okay. I want you to go to my website when you feel like doing it. It's magic-works.com. Okay. And there are 2 things I want you to look at there. One is the section on using a pendulum.
I have a bunch of those.
Oh, so you've done that. Okay. So try using the pendulum.
It helps me find my lost stuff all the time.
Yeah, so see, because if I remember correctly, I might be, I mean, it's a big website. I may have some cards that you could download that help specifically for finding things like that, or getting insight into a missing animal. If not, the other page is the contact page. Drop me a line and I'll send you something. I can email you something to print out and try it. As long as you're familiar with the pendulum, that's great. Because I'm getting, because of the mixed messages I'm getting, I think what I'm really picking up on is your fear. That's what's coming through. So I'm not getting a clear look at this. It's almost like static, because it's deep, the fear that you've got. I see you're trying to control it. I've got the strength card here, which is good, but it's still coming through. Please have you given the pendulum a shot with this cat?
Not yet. Well, see, the thing is I had to come to Colorado for just to finish up some like unfinished stuff here, because I used to live here, and I was going to go back to Nebraska. Well, my parents are watching my 3 cats, and I'm nowhere near him, and it's just really frustrating. And I'm trying to keep it together.
Yes, I
but
see.
That's what I'm in Colorado.
That's what I'm getting. What I'm reading is you, right? I'm getting your feelings.
Yeah, and all my pendulums, they're in Nebraska. So I haven't tried it.
Okay, well,
if you want to go back this weekend.
Okay, but if you don't and you want to do something, check to see what you've got, what I have at the page of my website. And if I don't have things there to download, I know I have something about the weather to download, but that's not going to help you. Then just drop me a line at the contact page, and I'll send you something, email it to you to print out. And then you just, put some thread through a ring or something that you wear and do it, okay?
Okay, I have my husband's ashes that I wear around my neck. That might work, because that means a lot to me.
Okay, give that a shot.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And okay, and so do that and contact me, and I will send you something. All right.
And it's Magic Works.
Magic-works.com. MAGIC-works.com.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thanks
for calling.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you. Let's get in Katie in Modesto. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi. What can I look
Hello.
at for you tonight? Yeah, hi. What can I look at for you tonight?
Well, I'd like to know about a love reading. Somebody that I met a couple of years ago, and it's just been kind of like ongoing, but I never really seemed to open up to this person. I'm going to see this person again next month through business, and I just don't have the answers, and
Okay,
I
so you want to take
know a little bit more.
Okay, I've got a couple of minutes here. Let's see if we can take a look at that relationship. And, well, okay, the first card I have is the Eight of Swords, which is a card of feeling restricted and like something isn't moving or going anywhere. And Two of Cups is good because that's about the beginning of a good relationship. So that's very good. That's powerful. Is this a kind of thing where you're thinking of moving and relocating?
Well, it's kind of funny. I've had that in my mind. I didn't think I would even contemplate moving, and then a few months ago, I started thinking about moving.
Because I see a card here that represents moving. If it's not, I'm not saying you do it or don't do it. I'm just saying I see that that's what has been on your mind.
Right.
And the Ace of Cups is here, and that's a good thing for a relationship. Now, the Six of Cups is here, and that's about, you said you knew this person before a long time ago?
I met him a couple of years ago.
Okay.
And through business, and then we had to keep meeting for business, and he showed interest in me, but I was like, I just kept holding back, and I haven't seen him in a year, and I'll see him again next month through business.
Okay, well, because what I have here is the Six of Cups, and that is a card of memories from the past, and happy memories, nostalgic memories, and also that's why. Because usually when I get that, it's like somebody that that you knew, and even go back into childhood, but it's not that far back.
That sounds like the ex that
Okay.
I left about 3 years ago. He always seems to pop up. She just doesn't care.
You mean like the proverbial bad penny popping up, right? Yeah. Well, I'm seeing potential here. I'm seeing Four of Rods is a happy home. Page of Cups is a new relationship that is just beginning, so it can be kind of unsteady. The Ace of Cups is also about a new relationship. It's more theoretical than the Page of Cups. The Page of Cups is actually, it's more concrete. It's very concrete. So that's the potential for this really developing. From the Ace of Cups to the Page of Cups is a big leap of development. Mm-hmm. So there is potential here. There's possibilities here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just curious about that. And then, I was like, am I just making this up in my mind, or a little confirmation is helpful.
Well, that's what I'm seeing here is that these cup cards are very important because they are about romance and the heart and emotions and feelings. So yeah, I'm getting a good number of happy cards, like the 10 of Cups. That is the quintessential happy cards. You got the Ace and the 10. That's like the whole suit. The Page of Cups, the Six of Cups. These are very happy cards in terms of, let me put it this way. You're not getting the Five of Cups, which is not happy. That's good. The Four of Rods. That's a happy home. So there's, yes, what I'm reading is there's potential here. The thing is that first card that I got, which is the Eight of Swords, which seems to indicate that you feel like nothing is happening, that it isn't moving anywhere.
Exactly.
because that's a person who feels restricted. The person in the card, she's tied up and she's blindfolded and isn't moving. But the thing is that she can get out anytime she wants to.
It has felt that way. But what I've noticed since I've met this person, I have grown so much. And it's like, like I said, I didn't open up to him, and I haven't really seen him other than for business. But it's like caused me to like really grow.
Well, that's interesting because as you said that, the card I got is the Ace of Swords. The Ace of Cups is the heart. The cups are the heart and emotions. The swords, the intellect. The Ace of Swords is about a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing things, and it is about a person growing intellectually. So that's looking pretty good. I've got to get out of here. I've got like a minute to go, but the answer here is that I'm seeing great potential. 3 of Cups is here too. That's good too. So
thank you so much.
I think that it's worth pursuing.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you for your advice and your reading.
My pleasure.
And taking the time out to call.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, where we ask the magical question, will we be hearing from him sooner than 17 months from now? But yes, you will certainly be hearing from me much sooner. Hopefully you'll be hearing from me next Wednesday, which will be the first Wednesday in September. And I'll have my back to school special, although I am so glad. I would imagine not a day goes by in my life that I don't feel so happy that I don't have to get up and go to school. Oh, boy. Sometimes I have nightmares about, I'll have nightmares about punching a time clock that doesn't work, and I'll have nightmares about having a schedule for my classes that I can't understand. So, listen, I'll see you here next week, and we'll take another look. Don't forget to go to magic-works.com, magick-works.com, mojoacademy.org. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light transmedium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303